Hello, hello. Alright everyone, I'm Chaotic. I'm back. We're once again back on Project Infinity, which we did for a while yesterday. About 5 hours, made good progress, and these drawers are unfortunately not much higher than they were yesterday. I'd actually forgotten that the newer versions of FTB chunks have a setting that you need to change on servers to allow them to force load offline, so we didn't get any of that additional progress. So it's as if we're just continuing straight off of yesterday rather than, having the thousands of matter balls and everything for a bunch of Blackstone stuff, but that's fine. We're going to hop straight into it. I'm going to try to make some decent progress today. Yesterday, I feel like I got derailed a lot, but I was also pretty tired and not feeling the best, but I'm doing better today. So we set up basic stuff for the auto processors. We set up to 16Ks as, just basic auto crafting methods, which is pretty nice. We could start messing with some of the stuff for like the assembler matrix and everything to be craftable. Like, we might as well. Like, here's the frame. Let's encode these recipes. Hold on. Does this require smart cable? Yeah, any AE2 smart cable. Fluix smart cable. I'll encode this. Covered cable. Encode this. Allow substitutions. And then this guy with allow substitutions as well. Allowing substitutions will just do anything that has the correct tag can work. So like this is just looking for any kind of AE2 smart cable. So even though this recipe has a white smart cable, it should work fine knowing that we can make the Fluix variants. If not, we can always go back in and then change the recipe later, which won't be much of a hassle. Click this guy in. We'll allow substitutions on this too, so it can use either the pattern providers. Code him. That's what? Walls, yeah. Code this guy. Capacity cards. Basic cards. Cool. Let me click back on this guy again. Then he needs a normal pattern provider, which will encode him as well. Encode the formation core and the annihilation core. Also, Fluix dust can get encoded, and we'll put that one immediately in here. Since this one's empty, that works fine. Also, this guy, blocking mode, do not push crafting ingredients if it contains a pattern input, is definitely what we want to do. So that it wouldn't try to push in the stuff for, like Fluix crystals or whatever. This shouldn't happen because everything else is full sets of 3. And it won't usually push unless it can push everything at one time. So if there's a Fluix dust in there, it shouldn't get in the way. But just in case, I'll throw blocking mode on. It shouldn't matter too much. But we'll see. If that like severely slows it down or something, then we'll deal with it at that point. Throw a few of the recipes in here. Throw some in this one. Our total recipe options here are not crazy. But if we do extended pattern providers, crafting tables. Okay. Get this guy, allow substitutions, make crafting table recipe. Perfect. Now, extended crafting or pattern providers. Okay. Just encode this guy in. There. Oh, I just hadn't put a recipe in that one yet. Okay, fair enough. Now let's check it. It originally wants a skyroot log. We'll make sure that the substitutions is doing stuff properly. Okay, so it's not. So it still is requesting skyroot planks. Did I not? Yeah, this is substitutions enabled. That's interesting. Okay, so that might be a problem with the white cable then. I'm not particularly sure why substitutions doesn't work. Maybe it's specifically the skyroot stuff, maybe not. I don't know. Okay. Oh, we get some extended pattern providers. Let's make 10. Perfect. They're making our silicon presses. They're making our calculation processors. Working very nicely. You can always click on crafting status too to see what's going on. It's making the additional basic cards for these right now. So I can get the capacity cards through. And there we go. 10 extended pattern providers. These guys will have 4 times the inventory space. I was just curious if these could be, like, just swapped out in any way, but no, it doesn't really seem like it. Let's break all these real quick. Drop some extended down. Throw a few in there. There we go. Perfect. That'll just speed up our stuff a little bit. We have some extra extendeds to work with as needed. Put away some of this extra stuff. Keep those on us. Okay. So we did the frame, the wall, the pattern core. Okay. Pattern core has already been done, so we'll do this one for the lumen paintballs. We'll do this one for the blue paintballs. And then the matter balls are just made automatically. We'll just have to drop those in manually. Let's do a crafting core. It's just going to need extended molecular assemblers. Let us get some patterns. We're missing iron. We gotta get up some resource generation and stuff today as well. Very nice. Oh wait, does this only work on return inventory? Do we still have a traditional interface for Okay, we do. There we go. Yeah. Mm. I was contemplating how I want to do that. Because I could link it up and then try to have it force through. Wait, it did send? Does it just take a while? Okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah, so we got the iron in here. Okay, not really sure what was going on with that then. Okay. And then we needed the additional patterns. That's what was happening. Alright. So we were making this guy, the extended. We'll encode the normal as well. That should be good for these. Check. Fluke's crystals will need to be managed at some point soon. This alloyer looks like it's going to be nice from Evolved Mechanism. It's not even that bad to make either. That'll be cool. We'll mess with that later for sure. Okay, so that's all the outer ring stuff. Then the purple lumen paintballs. Then purple paintballs of any purple dye. Purple dye being a derivative of blue and red. And we'll figure something out for red. I don't know, maybe we'll plant beetroot or something. How much do you get from a botany pot? We just grow it on grass. Okay, you can get a few extra rolls and it grows in exactly a minute. So anything better than that, slightly less than a minute. Plus you put it in a better botany pot or something. And you only need 1 per 8 orbs. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. We'll mess with that at some point in a little bit then maybe. I just have to kind of remember to do that. Okay, encode this guy, encode these. this needs the advanced card, which we only have the basic. Okay, I was just double checking. Speed core, red lumen paintballs, red paintballs. Okay, and that should be, in theory, just about everything for the matrix. Because it gives us our walls, our frames, and then our pattern, speed, and craft cores. I don't know what the best ratio for these is. I should definitely check that and make sure that I, you know, do whatever's like fairly optimal. And we also have to remember that these guys, once we get nether stars, can get substantially better. Like the pattern core plus providing 72 slots, 32 parallel jobs for a craft core plus, and 5 times better than the regular speed core for the speed ones. Like I don't know how much the normal pattern core holds. 36. So it's twice as good for the pattern core, 4 times as good for the craft core, and then obviously 5 times as good for the speed cores. And the speed cores are limited at 5. My question is, does that mean you only need 1? Or can you put in 5 and the whole assembler matrix runs at 5? I'm not sure. I'm kind of curious. Probably the whole thing runs better. That'd be the most realistic assumption. But you get twice as many patterns and 4 times the parallel crafts. That probably means like you end up with something ridiculous there. Like that's an insane amount of normal crafting capability. More than you probably ever need. Like for straight normal recipes wise, I think that outdoes most things in the game. Yeah, we'll take off the assembler frames from our stuff, our up to 16Ks. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do. Actually, we won't do the crafting unit and co-processing because I don't really see myself needing more than this 3 little setup for now. Until we get to the assembler matrix, which literally obsoletes these as far as I'm aware. I do not think these have a purpose outside of that, really. Requesters. I wonder if they've made these not laggy. Because there's been plenty of iterations of trying to allow you to do requester mechanics in AE2, and almost always it comes at a pretty hefty TPS expense to have something constantly checking your system effectively to maintain stock of something. Like maintainers and stuff were pretty atrocious previously. Possible that that's different now? Not sure. I'll have to mess with it at some point. We have both pattern providers on craft now as well, so we can take that off. Blank patterns are obviously fine. Take off the seeds, take off the cell. I actually thought we had one of the terminals learned, but I guess not. We'll learn that real fast because I'm pretty sure these are used for other things, so we'll encode them. It only takes up 2 pattern slots anyways, no big deal. Take out the calculation press. Cable, somehow we don't have normal cable in there. Kind of an oversight here. Do the cable in the quartz fiber. Perfect. I guess we could do, like, we don't really need to do drives, but we will for fun. And definitely going to do controllers because that will be relevant at some point. We'll build like a full-sized 7x7 cube maybe. Maybe even just a 5x5. I don't know, it kind of depends on what I'm feeling like. Because we will build a much bigger system than this because I know that this pack late game is going to need some good automation capability. And I'm trying to make sure that I don't like gut myself in the early game. That's why I said about autocrafting yesterday instead of brute forcing it, which is what I was doing like with my meatball craft stuff. We actually did some autocrafting. Let's claim all of our rewards real quick. What do we got? We got a bunch of coins. Extra inscriber. Dang it, that would have been nice. There's a. It's funny. There's a crystal to obsidian upgrade, but I don't think it'll work because these are all emerald instead of crystal furnaces. That's fine. We have enough inventory space. I'll just throw them in. Some extra blaze rods from something. One of the quests gave it to us. Nice. Is there like a kill quest section? Kill, kill, kill. Yes. That would have only given me 2 in theory though. Maybe it doesn't show the amount after you've done it. Not sure. Looks like there's stuff for most of the mobs. These are all the specialty bosses and stuff as well. Hey, fair enough. We'll fight them eventually. Um, Nothing else of significant value though. I guess we'll put our cutting knife back in there. Hey, we got a bunch of bread though. That's nice. Fills up our food issue slightly. Mob grinding utilities. Just a little checkmark quest. I already know how that works, so biggie. Oh, okay. So we have quite the setup for hostile neural networks here. It's still called that in this, right? Yeah. They've changed their name on me 3 times. Every time they do it, it messes me up. Okay, models are cheap. Deep learners are cheap. Simulation chambers, normal. Ultimate simulate. What's this? What do these do? Hold on, is there a section for this? There is. What's the ultimate loop fabricator do? Do you get extra gains? Extra hostile neural networks. Instantly upgrades the model to the next tier, but the energy consumption increases to 10 million FE a tick. Hey, fair enough. That's pretty good. That lets you make everything instantly workable. There's a merger to make merged data models. I assume it produces all of the cores. See, now, I fear the ultimate part of this is not getting enough of a description for what they do. Yep. That seems pretty cool. This seems like whatever this is going to make hostile neural networks much more fun. So I'm less likely to have to spam 20 chambers of one type. That happened in Meatball Craft pretty bad. There's a few things that I needed. I remember particularly some of the chocolates and stuff that I wanted from the weird dimensional mobs and stuff. I'd had to get, like 12 things going, and I was tick accelerating them all. This and Woot were big. Oh my god, there's Woot. Well, that's convenient. Oh, it's Woot revived. Mm, Nothing that I'm reading here looks any like particularly different. They do have a guidebook for that, so a dye liquefier, pure dye bucket, item. Okay, that's definitely a little bit different. They got Yeah, they have a different schema here for this. Okay, noted, noted. Probably works the same way. Okay, cool. That looks fine. We're just doing a quick little overview of what we got access to. Obviously, there's refined storage. I'll probably make everything from refined storage at some point just for the quest completionist portion, but I have no actual intentions of using it. I think it is just worst applied energistics. 82's annoying in the initial setup, and then that's it. Everything else about it is just so much better. It's not even close. A couple of the drawer things were already done. Hey, nice. It actually counted some of the quests that we did for these. Making the drawer and the copper upgrade. Sophisticated backpacks and storage. Oh, it wants you to. Why specifically dark oak? Anyways, here's also the danks that we saw. These are just really for you though, less so than any other further system stuff. So keep that in mind. Um, one thing I was curious about. Uh, Sophisticated storage magnet upgrade. We should have everything for this now. Make a few of those. Pickup upgrade, magnet upgrade, advanced magnet upgrade because it's cheap. And I wanted to throw it into this guy. We'll give him no match storage contents. Perfect. Okay, that's huge. That's exactly what we want. And then everything that we drop in there, we want in this chest. Pretty simple. Okay, cool. That'll help us out with all the stuff on the floor. I think the range on this is pretty decent now. I don't remember exactly how far it is, but like here, I'll take 24 of this. What if I drop it like over here? No. What if I drop it in the corner over here? Okay, well it got it midair, so hopefully it gets everything from in here at least, which is really all we need. If it can reach everything from our receiving area, perfect. Some of our resources I know we're getting pretty low. Redstone's doing okay. We need auto sieving, which is definitely gonna need some more base resources, and I'd like to set up some kind of auto smelting, presumably also off of this chest for now, and whatever our sieving setups are. Let's make some of the mechanical sieves and hammers, I think. There we go. Interesting. Just some stuff from Mechanism 2 for fun. Encode this guy. Encode the hopper recipe. Encode how to make an iron block. And iron bars. Actually, glass as well. No. I like that. From sand. Or should I have it make 9 at a time? UBA crafting recipe. And then compressed glass, being compressed sand, can be our processing recipe, and compressed sand. I guess we could give the system a mechanical hammer for that too. But we'll just have it use it from crafted up sand for now. That'll be how it knows. This guy. Compressed sand into compressed glass. These guys are all basic crafting recipes. I'll just throw them all in there. Let us get the recipes together for the mechanical hammerer. We'll do a stone hammer. Perfect. I figured that's probably just one of the easiest ones to get done. Okay, so let's make... Oh. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of iron. I thought about it as soon as I clicked it. I was like, this is not gonna be enough, probably. We haven't filtered much gravel in a while, so we've been missing out quite a lot. Let us grab a bunch of cobble real fast. We'll do a decent set of gravel for once here, since we've been doing everything else first. That's funny, it doesn't like me trying to shift K in there. Need some more bread. Okay. Stack this out. Not a crazy amount, but decent little inventory bit here. Sorry, checking something real fast. Okay. I'm definitely picking up things closer to me, but everything that's outside of my range that's like been on the floor for a second does seem to be getting magneted properly by the chest. Maybe the stuff in the back row doesn't. Yeah, that's like a stack of diamonds above me on the left and in the top right. Okay. Oh, wait, there's just some of these things, they're just not in there. I took all of them out. Yeah, okay. I think that's what it was. It wasn't that it wasn't getting them, it's that it's based off of its internal storage. So if I took all of the raw iron out and all the diamonds out, it doesn't have any to work with. That would make sense. On the bright side, it did seem to be getting everything then. Actually, since we need so much iron, did I not get it from my first break here? I left it on the floor and didn't pick up my compressed gravel. That's kind of amusing. Throw all 5 stacks of that in. Let's do the rest of this gravel real quick. Sieve all this down. This will give us a pretty solid iron standard to work with. It also has very much so fully replenished all of our diamonds and everything else similar. Just to get us a bit more resources. I should really make an upgrade for that furnace. Should get one of the speed upgrades or something. I think the only thing it really needed was a little bit of sugar, but I have plenty of sugar cane. Even just from the sieving, much less so the fact that I have one planted I can just shift next to. That wasn't quite everything. I think something filled up my hand slightly too quickly before I'd finished. Like before I did auto refilled my inventory. Okay. Yeah, plenty of iron now. Because there's also 3,000 chunks in here. Sweet, very nice. Run another 5 stacks. Let us look at the furnace upgrades again. Speed. Let's make sugar. We had exactly 1 sugar cane in there, I suppose. Throw in that. This guy will double. Ooh, his energy drain has kicked up considerably, though. Alright. Maybe not the speed upgrade then. Taking twice the RF is a little tough. At least for right now. Oh, that's something we should do. Solar panels. Let's set up all the auto crafting for the solar panels. Duh. That that's great. That's definitely a play. Power is king. Okay. I didn't put any of them in, right? Yeah. I was making sure I didn't do any of the solar panel stuff yesterday. I didn't think I did, but just in case. I do find it funny that they're like out of order here. I really don't know why that's the case. But there we go. Normal solar panel and the mirrors. Encode this guy around a piston. Encode the normal piston. Solar panel tier 3. Redstone repeater can go off the... Oh, we need more patterns. Fine, we've already used the 30. Make 100 if we can. Cool. Yeah, those craft pretty quick. The advanced assemblers or whatever, pretty nice. That's our redstone repeater. We already have our solar panel tier 3 on me, I believe. Yeah, we do. Perfect. That should be everything for the tier 3 done, so this is tier 4. Clocks. Back out the advanced photovoltaic cell. We already have the previous tier. Okay. Now we need tier 5s. Goldstone block. Gold block. Tier 3 photovoltaics, which will have the tier 2 previous. Everything else is fine. Maybe we passive obsidian. I was thinking about how to get this guy to just want the obsidian constantly. Passive is probably best move. Just give it its own magma crucible. A magma crucible, or a magma blocked crucible, so it goes quickly straight into a stone barrel with water on it that's just constantly piping the obsidian out. Just select a passive supply of it, I think. probably the method for that. For now, I can just feed it manually whatever obsidian it wants, because you don't really need it until the higher tiers. That is all the way up to a solar panel 5. So we can get to solar panel 6. Diamond block. Blazing coating. Try to remember which things I've already clicked. The outside voltaic cell. But instead of this, let's get normal block of quartz. There we go. Block of quartz coated with that. And then should just be redstone lamp. And I think I can make a 6. Logs, gold, diamonds. Okay. It is pretty sure that it knows all the way. Well, that's sweet. That's exactly what I wanted. Make sure we leave 1 gold in there. We get a bunch of these gold chunks. Convert them over to ore. Sweet. Now, like I'd said before, I could definitely be more efficient about this with using the ore hammer and stuff to double these, but I think we're fine not to. I'm pretty sure our resource amount, at least right now, is pretty good to not actually require it. I'm curious on what the criteria on this auto outputting is. Like, does it only do it whenever it's full? Or whenever it's done, maybe? Maybe either or, so that it's not constantly sending auto outputs. Maybe. I guess that makes sense. That'd be a pretty efficient way to reduce its lag and calls. Some machines that you have auto output capability on were terrible about that. We're just gonna sit here and observe. Yeah, so it's once it's finished or stops. Probably stops at all if the machine's not actively cooking. But then that one sent early. It definitely didn't stop. It's an enigma. I'm not really sure. I'm trying to figure out what the basis behind it is. Whatever its criteria is. I don't know why I said criteria. Said that weird. I feel weird about it. Anyways, that's plenty of gold. I guess we can grab. If we do a body pot, 100% chance for at least 2 logs. But that's a multi-minute growth time. 2 minutes flat, yeah. So I could get 4 to 8 logs every minute would be what one of the elite hopper botany pots would do. And without a nether star, we can't go any faster than that. Let's... Well, you know what? Botany pot. Hopper botany pot. Terracotta is clay blocks. Flower pot is this. Bricks are smelting clay. Oh, don't click that. You can upload a pattern. I don't know what that's for. That seems pretty neat though. That might be useful at some point. I don't know. Maybe we'll reobserve that. And we already have the hopper. Good. Elite botany pot. Let's do elite hopper botany pot since that's our lower tier that we're encoding. That's a crafting pattern. Okay. These guys are processing for smelting. Crafting patterns in here. Can I make like 2? Perfect, thank you. Let's grab, I think we actually have a little bit of dirt, perfect. And do we still have some of that Prudentium? We do. Like 2 Prudentium farmland, just as a slight booster. Oak saplings. And let's make some more of these drawers. What's our current log supply? That's fine. We got a bunch of chests. Other set of 2x2s. Redentium and oak sapling. Okay. That will give us a more passive supply of wood. Every minute they'll make 4 to 8 logs each, so that's pretty slow. But it's consistent, which is more so the focus there. And we can just grab some saplings and do this manually, I suppose. Perfect. I think it wanted, what, like 200 and something logs, or 300 logs maybe? I think it's 300. I think it wanted 100 and something extra, and we had just about 100. Oh, broke all the leaves. Nice, 71 logs, must have grown a big tree. Very nice. Did indeed. Ain't that fast. We could use a different tree other than oak, potentially, try to get one of the other saplings, but I kind of just like oak the most, and it's the default for a lot of recipes, even if they allow different planks. You don't have to worry about like substitution problems typically, things like that, so it's kind of just key for its convenience, in my mind at least. I do hate that whenever it grows small like this, the leaves can push you down and then block you from shifting still. I want to say that one of the older, like, tree twerk ones worked as long as you hit shift, even if your character didn't actually crouch or couldn't be crouching. I'm curious on what happened to that. Possible just whoever updated the mod, didn't focus on that. Which is fair. It's fairly niche thing to be like, an actual problem. Let us see. Diamonds, and it still needs a little bit more logs. Oh wait, this is perfect. Maybe I should have been in the water the whole time, actually, in hindsight. Because the leaves, for the most part, won't grow in your way this way. Just chill here next to my sugarcane plant. Yes, okay. Nice, nice. Increased efficiency. Probably should have also made an axe. This tree will grow. Okay, that tree is never gonna grow down because the other one grew directly into it. Sapling doesn't like to grow. That's fine. A few more. We did a bit more than we actually needed there because I don't want to be completely out of wood on the craft. And this should make 2 solar panel 6s, I believe. Pretty sure all of the higher tier ones craft 2. And it wants the diamonds. I kept forgetting to put those in there. Let's grab out most of these. Anything else in here? We'll grab out some emeralds. Trying to see if there's any other lead. You can go back. Grab out some of the lapis. Make sure we leave some though. Grab all but 1 ender pearl. Grab a stack of flint too, just because I wasn't sure how much I put away. A little bit of glowstone. Okay. Solar panel 6. Let's see. How quickly does it craft this? It has to craft 1,200 planks. Yeah, that adds up. You need a bunch for all the mirrors. Yeah, it's going though. Well, actually, We have these 20 extras. I don't even know if that really made it faster. Maybe? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. It's making all the smaller mirrors and stuff though, so it's swapping between the crafts consistently. Not too bad. 2 6s right there. These guys generate 2,048 arithmetic each, which is pretty good. Nice solid addition into our system here. Let us sleep through this night real quick. And we also need to get the upgrades. That's something. So basic pipe, ingots into nuggets, gold upgrade, and diamond upgrade. Redstone from redstone blocks or whatever. Throw all those in there, sure. Perfect. Pipe upgrades are just something that'll be convenient. I quite like the pipes mod. It's just it's a fun one for me. And diamond tiers are 32,000 to tick each, so I should just replace these two as well. Since they like have a combined buffer for these two, this will let it take out of whatever their battery storage is a little bit better. There's also Solar Flux Reborn efficiency upgrades. Yeah, they're a 5% increase. I forget how many you can put in one machine. It might be 20, but I'm honestly not sure. Is anything else? No, all of that else is ready. Um, transfer rate, these capped. Okay. I don't remember the transfer rate upgrade like requirements. I felt like the other ones used to tell you if you needed any additional stuff. Oh, the traversal upgrade. I remember using these. I had really high tier solar panels and I was just putting them on all of my machines. And then I would just use a traversal upgrade and it would just do it to everything else nearby. That's funny. You can do this one to just have it power your ME system instantly. Okay, we'll just do efficiencies. None of the other ones really look important to me. Can I make like 20 of these? Yeah. Nice. It used the compressed sand to make the glass. Okay. In hindsight, I want more than 20 if I want to see if 20 is the cap or not. Make 20 more. God, auto crafting's so nice. Because, like, things like this. Okay, well, 20 does seem to be the full stack worth. Yep, and you can only put in the one stack. But that's an exact double in the efficiency of the solar panel for much, much less than double the cost. So now these guys are actually making 4,096 a tick, combined with this 1,024. So we got just over 9,000 RF a tick, which ain't too bad. Our only real limiter on getting to solar panel 7s, I'm pretty sure is, yeah, Dragon's Breath. Yeah, none of this other stuff's too difficult. Dragon's Breath, I think, are pretty much forced into either Woot or H&N for the most part. Yeah, definitely would not want to do it that way. Unless needed. Skulk Craft. Takes a lot of end crystals though. You know, you're putting a bunch of gas tiers into that at that point. Mm. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so that's our blocker for the next tier up, which would, you know, once again be pretty considerable jump here. And we may want to put, next time we craft more of these, we may want to put more crafting recipes for planks in these other ones as well. Actually, we'll do that real fast. Since you just need so many of them, we'll just have a plank recipe in each one. And since we have the 4x processor, or coprocessors or whatever on them, it'll use all 4 of these at the same time. That should make the next craft much, much quicker. Okay, so we got a little sidetracked here because we wanted to make the sieves and the hammers, and we ran out of iron, I think is what happened. Just make 10 of both. Let's put them down and observe what they're looking like. Center mode always. Okay, it doesn't tell you any kind of usage. It is very nice that this is a thing to just do an immediate conversion recipe. I'm out of string. How in the world do I not have a silk? Oh, are they all in here? I was like, how do I not have a silkworm? I was like, I know for a fact the last time I was messing with these, I had like a stack extra. Fill up this tree, get some extra string going. But like, if I put the mesh in here, does it say anything? No. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. I wonder how fast these are, and if you can enchant the meshes, and it actually matters in the sieve. Because I remember older versions, you could enchant meshes with efficiency and fortune. Not sure if that matters here or not. I do know that this guy does matter if you put hammers in there. Because adding a hammer doubles the speed, and efficiency enchantments on the hammer will increase the speed. So these are definitely interesting. Um, I presume, yeah, these guys can just do the compressed recipes. So even if they're a little bit slow, it's fine because they're doing 9 at a time. These probably outdo a mechanical sieve, not even close, with general consistency. It's kind of interesting too because every compressed block of cobble, you can get one of each of the compressed tiers off of it with a 3 hammer setup because you just round robin from the first output since you get double. So your 1 compressed cobble gives you 2 compressed gravel. 1 compressed gravel goes to the next hammer, gives you 2 compressed sand. One goes to the next, gives you 2 compressed dust. So you'll end up with a lot more dust than your other ones that way, but that's kind of just destined to be what happens with the double like that. But that kind of system lets you feed through a bunch of sieves extremely easily, I think. Okay. I guess we just need to give these guys power and then check what their speeds are. Um, like I was pretty sure I had another cook in there. Break this guy too. That's extra stuff up there, but we'll just let it decay out. It might drop us a little bit more string. Okay, no, it doesn't drop any without a crook. Good to know. It's fine. Give us a stack string though. Plenty for the additional meshers. And they do hold inventory. That's also good to know. Alright, give me... I know I had some compressed gravel in here. What's your speed on a diamond mesh? Ain't terrible. What is that? Maybe 40 RF a tick because that's what it's missing? Most likely, right? So 40 RF a tick for the sieve. That's literally nothing. That's free almost. Okay. That's good to know. Let's not do that. Hmm. Sorry, I'm thinking about how I want to set this up and then tie it into the system. I'm thinking something like this, maybe make a compacting upgrade for it, you know. Have just one really good diamond chest to store all of the chunks and things, make a compacting upgrade, and then the issue is all the things that aren't, you know, they're not compacting, they're not pre-smelt and stuff, and just making sure in general that we don't overwhelm our system with how much stuff we have. I guess that's really just a matter of making more drives, though, of a higher tier. Let's look at this. Should be page 7. 64K. 256. 1024 is in here somewhere. There it is. So, like, in theory, how much does this cost? A lot. 1600 redstone is pretty hefty. Not to mention the roughly 1,000 charged quartz. But, like, we just wanted some 64Ks. Okay, 10 64Ks is roughly equivalent. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because it's 3 to the next tier and then 3 of that tier to the next tier, so it'd be equivalent to roughly 9 of these. And that's not a bad number. Not terrible at all. Sorry, just had to check my phone. Had to check the phone ping. Hmm. And what's charge come from again? Sand? At what rate? Diamond mesh, 12.5% of the time. It's not too bad. It's also what we'll get a bunch of Inferium and stuff from too, which will be nice later for setting up mystical agriculture stuff. Wait, how bad is the reaction chamber? It's vibration chamber. Wait, well that's not bad at all. Matter condenser, like we already. Ooh, what's this? Omni link. Oh, this is one of the weird things, right? Yeah, so it requires ender steel and all of the other presses to make it. Which I can also encode the ability to make the additional presses. Or we could get like a sort of seed as well. Also a possibility. Just use that to craft them. Needs ender steel, which isn't too bad. Yeah, you can just ender pearl the ender dust. Or if you make a sag mill, you can sag mill instead and get 9 times the amount. What about thermal series ender pearl dust? Yeah, it's 101 too. So sag mill is probably the best play for that one, efficiency wise. Charged ender steel, which requires a charger. Okay, kind of figured. And this guy uses a decent amount of power too for the reaction chamber, but he is pretty good. We'll have to get him eventually for sure. Like, I guarantee you this will be extremely nice. Yeah, doing things in bulk. Like, that's pretty nice. 50,000 RF is all it takes to make a 36 set of the engineering processors. Oh, also makes sense why it needs an OmniLink processor. It replaces all of them. Dang, with just a little bit of water too. That's pretty good. Yeah, and I bet you it's. Oh wait, and it does have the lower ones too if you need them. So if you don't have the resources to do the 36s, you could encode the lower recipes using circuit slicers to get through your printed stuff first. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind. Um, we made it absolutely nowhere on the discussion of what to do about the inventory space, though. That's crazy that if you press F on that, I was trying to hold you, because I figured it would tell you again. Yeah, if you press F on that, though, it just takes it and puts it in your offhand. So yeah, these all have 66,000 items storable each, which isn't crazy good considering that's four like full stacks of this chest. This chest right now, with my very moderate amount of manual sieving, like definitely quicker than the auto sieving will be, but a small amount in the grand scheme of things, has easily half a drive of stuff in here, if not a little bit more. Yeah, there's multiple stacks of 2K. Hmm. I guess that's the thing though, is if you make enough in your system, you can just bulk your storage. How much charge we got in here? We got any? No. And it was sand if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Let's do a bunch of sand manually real quick. Keep all this. Oh, actually, one thing I wanted to check first. So let's get a compressed gravel. Just set this guy down to check him. That ain't too slow considering this is now producing 2 of the compressed sand. That's not bad at all. I definitely didn't pay attention to what the RF cost was. Is that 20 RF a tick? Is that all it takes? Okay. Let me do this. Also, let me grab a hammer. A stone one, sure. Said any hammer worked. Does it use durability off the hammer? It does. Okay. So it does take 1 durability. So hammer is probably not worth then. I could automate that, but that seems unnecessary versus just having more of the mechanical hammers instead. Okay. Good to know. I'll just throw that sand in there so that it'll use it for glass at some point probably. Let us get some more cobble out of here. Sorry, getting text in my family chat. Okay, we're good. I'm not needed. I was just making sure that someone didn't need a ride. It happens occasionally. I'd feel bad about it for the stream, but I would go and do it anyways. Not trying to strain anybody. Okay, we got our gravel. Let's break this guy down again. Do it over here. Do this all to sand, then sieve a bunch. Try to get enough charge quartz to build out our system a little bit. I think focusing on the stuff to get that reaction chamber would be pretty nice. Because everything about that seemed extremely quality of life heavy. The one thing is it does need water. We really got to figure out water input stuff. What were the options we went through? What the mechanism pump seemed like a way. Um, something I didn't even think about. We have thermal. So there's what the how do you spell aqueous? Aqueous accumulator. Well, that doesn't look too bad. That guy produces a decent amount of water, right? Is there any other way to make water? There is a water condenser multi-block. Oh, for significant amounts of water. Okay, fair enough. And then, oh yeah, we saw these, the water collectors. Okay. Aqueous accumulator might be the water method then. That didn't look too bad. Price-wise, looked extremely accessible with our resource amounts. That should allow it to pick up some more of the products now that they actually have some. I took multiple of the things completely out of there, like the Certus and the Charged, I think. Just dumped them fully into the system. Yeah, so I guess the idea is we could just try to get our resource generation up enough that we can just have so much system storage we just outdo everything. It's gonna give us quite a lot of gold as well. Forgot about that. We get the raw gold from sand. That's pretty nice too. Gold seems to be a common crafting ingredient right now, especially for our circuits and stuff too. We need a bunch of Certus, a bunch of gold, a bunch of redstone. Should be able to break down 2 stacks now. Perfect. Not too bad though. I like our general start here. Feeling pretty efficient, honestly. Unfortunately, I'm living on a disgusting looking island. So I need to get around to building. My biggest issue with building is not having any kind of flight and building in the void is really annoying. So maybe we work on getting a jetpack. And whenever we were looking at the solar panels earlier, one of them was a dispersive upgrade, which will power any players within like 16 blocks of you. And as of right now, that works really well. So I don't know, maybe we try to get up to whatever the highest tier jetpack is. I think it's Emerald. I know that there's a quest that you can buy the creative flight totem as well from the shop, but I think it takes like 32 of the best coins, which are a little out of reach for now, I'm pretty sure. Let's check real fast. Oh, yeah, it takes an Emerald jetpack too. That's fully charged. And 32 of the Ascended coins. And it needs a bunch of levels to actually equip it as well, a bunch of XP on you. I don't know how many. We do have tasks. 250 wither kills, but they have to be done by hand. Gives you 10 coins. Is it repeatable? It is. 500 billion RF gives you 2 coins. Or 100,000 octadic capacitors gives you 10 coins. What in the psychopath? This is what? You could make 80 a second? You need 100,000? Not to mention all of the other lower layers. Yeah. 100,000 for 10 coins? They deem 100,000 octadics on the same level as manually killing 250 withers whenever you can undoubtedly do some nonsense to spawn in a ridiculous amount of withers very quickly and kill them by hand. That's wild. 500 billion RF is pretty high too. Like, let me think about it. Pull out the calculator. So if you divide it by 20, you get 25 billion. That's how much you'd have to make a tick to get it done in a single second. So if you wanted it done in 1,000 seconds, you only need to make 25 million a tick. That's actually, honestly, whenever you start breaking it down like that, that's not terrible, considering it's something new that can just run as a background process through just the task screen input. For 2 of the best coins, too, for their shop thing. What can you buy in here? Is there anything in here that's, like, worth buying other than the totems? I guess the loot crates are probably fun. Surely the Britannia Legendary Loot Crate is not good enough to be worth 128 of those. Loot Crate. I assume it was Legendary Mana Loot Bag? No, okay. Surely it's not that. For that? That's what's in it? Is this not literally horrendous garbage? Terrible. For 128 coins? Oh my god. That's so bad. I want to go back to sieving. Jesus. That does not compare to being able to buy, like, all the ability totems and stuff, which are actually very useful. That's so funny. Hey, fair enough, man, I guess. Gosh. It's just cracking me up. It just feels like one of those, just such a useless reward. So our last deck of sand here and see how much stuff we acquired. Hopefully a pretty good amount. I would assume so. This was a decent amount of compressed sand broken down here. If I made a dank, I could do a lot more at a time without it, having to take like the small break to craft it down or whatever. Yeah, that's 1500 normal Certus and about 800 charged. The issue, 800 charge is still not enough for things that we need. Let's check 164k. 91 charged. Why? Why does the... I actually don't remember this taking that much charged Certus for it. Do I have a bad recipe somewhere? Does it want charged for our 1k? And substitutions are off. Well, I'm happy that we have solved why it wants so much. No, we'll leave them disabled. Just use normal Certus. Don't waste charge Certus on that. Okay. Now 64k. Yeah. Yeah, that's more appropriate. I was like, that does seem like an excessive amount of charge, and I hadn't really considered it until just now. Now, this 1500 would make a decent few. I don't think we can get quite 10. Oh, we can. That is enough for 10. We're missing a ton of the redstone. But we should have... I think dust gives you Certus Quartz dust, yeah. It also gives you the redstone, so if we ran a bunch of dust real quick, that would be enough to just get us a full 1064Ks. Yeah, it's just redstone now that we're missing 1600 worth. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess let's manually sieve a bunch of dust. And then screw it, we'll set up our auto sieving, we'll send it all into a chest, have it compact automatically as well, and we will export everything that doesn't need to stay in the chest into the system, I guess. It doesn't even need to be that upgraded of a chest if we're just gonna have the system hold everything. Yeah, because if we just make all the ingots and stuff and send them straight in, then it's literally it only needs enough space to buffer all the item types, which it'll have plenty of space for that. And then we'll just sit there and then, I guess, manually adjust some kind of export into an interface into the ME system, and we'll just change the filters out slowly but surely until we get everything. Have it compress everything that can be smelted, and have the smelted compressed things get sent straight into a furnace and then the system. Power the furnace with energy. Easy peasy. Ah, okay, that sounds good. We do have a lot of extra compressed dust in here, which is nice. I don't know when I put that in there, but I am thanking previous me. I don't know if this will be enough to get 1600 redstone, but should at least get us a decent amount. I didn't look at what the chance for redstone was, and if it has like additional rolls or anything, or if it's just 0 to 1 still, like everything else. But we do a bit more sieving here. Then we will sit there and look at some of our automation stuff. This definitely feels like an okay amount of redstone. Yeah, 500 right there. That's not bad. We got to remember mystical agriculture too is not, that's not super difficult. I think what our hardest part's endstone to get prosperity shards, but mystical agriculture can also solve that too. Because it's just end essence. Never mind, the end seeds need very particular things. Anything else that does this pretty easy? Obviously, there's barrel mixing. Can I make the compressed block of endstone? No. I'm surprised that this one is so high. Okay. I was like, man, I was like, this recipe doesn't look crazy, The essence forge, I have no idea how bad that is to make. I actually don't. I do want to look at it. I slightly regret looking at it. That's fine. That's future me problem. I was like, oh, this isn't crazy or anything, but these combined recipes and stuff, and then getting to the higher tier, you need a lot of ether gas for it, which you can have an attuned fire thing to make it. Oh yeah, 1,000 millibuckets every 0.4 seconds. That's pretty good. 2,500, 2.5 buckets a second. Well, that's a power, but that's fine. Oh, Supreme Machine Frame, but it doesn't get used. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I was like, I don't know. The issue was it looked worse than the creative guy at this tier. Like I think 20 seconds for 64 end essence. Here, let's actually look real fast. I know that this is a completely unrelated tangent, but I do enjoy doing these. Insanium Farmland, because that's not crazy. Growth time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So what is that? 133 seconds exactly. The creative would make that 10 times faster, so it would take 13 seconds and produce 10 times the result. So every 13 seconds, it would create 10 end to essence guaranteed. Versus, how much was the essence forge? Okay. No, the essence forge wins a lot better than I expected. Although, there is also hydroponic beds from Industrial Foregoing, which are really good. Although I think that's what this is emulating, actually, in hindsight. Because the hydroponic beds, I think the good ones needed ether gas for the high tier ones or whatever. Hydroponic. That's just an astronomical cost, in my personal opinion. Um, Considering like this, I don't think it's as bad, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Noted. All of your last step things that are really highly efficient are terribly expensive. That's fine. As to be expected. At least all this earlier stuff isn't really super grindy or anything. That would make it a bit of a menace, but this right now, this ain't too bad. The resources are pretty accumulatable. You can run your 5x5 of sieves pretty well. the compressed stuff breaking down in two of the previous, like the next tier, reduces the grind a lot, especially for things like, doing dust, where I get 4 times as much, or 8 times as much. Doubles to gravel, doubles to sand, doubles to dust. Yeah, so 8 times as much as normal. It's pretty good. Do the last of this dust here. Then I'll have to check on how much we actually got here. We are missing 1,600. Let's see how much we got from that much dust. 2,000. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I am actually okay with that, considering that didn't take long to get or receive. And this gives us enough to have extra redstone for the system after as well. So 64Ks, make 10 of them. And these guys will hold 266,000 items each. So that's 2.6 million items of inventory storage, with each drive being completely full of every type of item. Having a full 63 types per drive. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's gonna take a little bit. It's gotta craft up all the silicon and a bunch of the circuits. But I won't take too long, and I don't have to do it manually. The beauty of it. Okay, so our hammering into sieving setup. We can do the compressed stuff. Maybe like 3 hammers of each tier. We can use an extra hammer for one of the other variants, maybe. Hmm. What wood does this guy collect so far? Oh yeah, these guys are at a few hundred wood each too. That's nice. That's like most of the wood needed for the another set of the solar panels, actually, right? Clay needs more iron, needs some obsidian. Cook this. Drains out a bit of our lava, but that's fine. We got plenty of lava supplies. Um, and they wanted clay. Use some compressed sand. We have 300 compressed sand in there. I don't want to take all of it. I wanted to leave a lot in there intentionally for glass, but we'll take this. Bucket. I'm clicking that barrel on accident. Just, oh, random obsidian. Oh, random obsidian. Okay. Throw in a bit of the normal clay too. Alright. What in the world was I possibly making? Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna do another set of the solar panels, but we needed iron. Fortunately, even after smelting all of this, most of our iron supply is gonna be gone. Actually, we can probably put that speed upgrade in there now too, since we did that, upgrade of the solar panels. I don't think this guy will have an issue anymore. Yeah, we got plenty of extra overnight power too. 40 million RF to be used in the night cycles, and then we can just sleep at any time. Not 10. 2, because that'll do the normal craft worth. There we go. And it's making the planks in a couple of them at a time. Yeah, this is going by much quicker this time. It's already over halfway done. Very nice. Making a bunch of glass. I think I had to wait on some of the iron to smelt first so I could smelt some of the glass. But it got there. Yeah, and like that's how fast it is right now. This thing will be so like crafting things like this, like these solar panels and stuff, are going to be ridiculously quick with an assembler matrix later because of how much of it is just crafting, and it shares, like a ridiculous speed for everything. So this has to wait. There's like small delays and stuff on these things too. They're not quite as fast as they could be. It's more solar panel sixes. Let us grab another 40 efficiencies as well. Mostly just takes a bunch of glass for those. And then also let's get some pipe upgrades. We'll get an additional 2 diamond ones. 40 efficiencies. Let me go. Let me go around. We'll put them here. Why not? Nice. I can just right click them on. Perfect. Alright. We are now at about 17,000 RF a tick during the daytime. And we have quite the energy buffer with each of these guys holding up to 32 million. So we actually have 128. I thought it merged their energy buffer values, but it obviously doesn't. So these are individual. I think what happens is I think they share the power to each other and try to equalize it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Good amount of power now. Power is moderately situated for a little bit. What are power transfer options? I know that there's flux networks. Yeah, I definitely saw them. Interesting. Yeah, probably just bulk flux by hand. That's pretty much always what I do for flux networks. I just do like 10 stacks of my redstone at one time, and then that's usually pretty decent for a solid amount of time. We should pass obsidian into the system. What are these guys stuck on? We're gonna take that off of blocking mode because that's definitely slowing this down pretty heavily. Not like super slowing it down, but this is definitely quicker than blocking mode on. We're just gonna hope that this doesn't break anything. It probably won't. It'll probably be okay. That's what I will tell myself at least. Yeah, so Flex Networks can be used for any of the other stuff. It's too far away. For now, we can probably just keep using energy pipes off of our normal stuff. That's something though. Let's set up some recipes for all the pipes. I will use those eventually. The curvy pipes, they have to get used at some point. Good buckets. These guys needed droppers. Get those. Energy pipes, and we already have redstone blocks encoded. Perfect. I know that there's the universal pipes, but I actually never use those. I've always been told that they're moderately laggy. So I just kind of leave them as is. I use specialty ones because I feel like that's easier. Click on the block to set a destination. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I assume this lets you have things connected to a full pipe network that still have filtered inputs and outputs without having to mess with them by just saying this machine only goes here and that's it. That's what I'm presuming that means. And that could be very useful sometimes where you don't have a lot of real estate to work with, so we'll keep that in mind. I'm trying to think. I think anything I set up right now, even for my sieving stuff, will just be a temporary setup. because I haven't built anything. Um, what are jetpacks looking like? 'Cause that's really my limiter to wanting to build. There's a creative jetpack. Okay, emerald jetpacks locked behind infinity. Noted. 720 a tick. 0.92. I'm trying to see its speeds. 0.19 horizontal speed too. The diamond is slightly worse than the platinum. My question is, do I have platinum? A little bit. Probably not enough. So diamond I think would be the best move. Okay, diamond jetpack. I just craft it up from gold. Which you can craft up from iron. Which you can craft up from stone. Which is from wood. Okay. I could encode it, but I don't think I need to, because these things only take their one like major result, right? Yeah, this is fairly handcraftable in the system. And I don't think encoding it'll do much because I'll have to click through every recipe anyways, just about, so I guess let's do diamond, gold, iron, stone, wood. Oh gosh, I don't have leather. We do have monster skin. One. We have one monster skin, never mind. Atomic Reconstructor, as per usual, can convert rotten flesh. Do we have... We do have enough rotten flesh. That's fine. Black quartz. Smoky quartz. Oh, perfect. That's fine. I was like, how in the world are we gonna get that? We're good, we're good. Make our iron casing. Make another one, put in my inventory. Okay, wasn't a quest. Although it might be stuck behind like a checkbox or something. Let us get a redstone torch. Pulse. Put a button down. And get our rotten flesh together. Cool. 34 leather, that should be plenty for the jetpacks. Leather strap. 6 basic coils. Okay. Our redstone supplies have dwindled heavily from the couple of crafts I did. Actually, speaking of which, nice, they did. The 64Ks are done, so we'll compose those into some drives in a second. Do this real fast. Get a bunch more redstone together. Not a ton of dust here, but this should easily be at least a couple hundred redstone, right? It is indeed. I also somehow lost my hand as well. Let's just pick something up too quick. I think it only works on rare moments where I use the exact amount out of my hand too. So like I have exactly 25 sand left. Yeah, about 500 redstone there. That's pretty good. Put one back in there to make sure it has it. For the magnet upgrade. Okay. Alright, resolved our redstone issue. Let's double check real fast that there's not a quest line for this. Oh yeah, packages for all the specialty crafting. Wait, that looks nice. a fusion package crafter. You set it up in the exact same way it looks like as you would set up normal fusion. Use their specialty marked injectors instead, and then you can just automatically do recipes in instead of dealing with fusion crafting jank that comes with recipes. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, okay. Sorry, sidetracked. Britannia. Wonder. Okay, looks like the start of that might be fairly normal. Endo flames. Okay, I was like, oh, does it need a mystical agriculture seed? That's a slight cost difference. No, no, it doesn't. Just any seed. Living rock, pure daisy over a minute with stone. Okay, all this looks normal. Terra steel, half a mana pool. Yeah, 500k. Mana diamond. I do like that they gave it all numbers. I do see that they put a thing here too. To give you actual, like what the actual numbers are for percentage of a mana pool. This is good. This really helps people because it's very random dealing with the stuff in Botania in general. Like if you don't understand like how much mana actually is this. That's pretty cool. And like, it tells you directly too on the end of flame generates 30 mana per second. Pretty cool. So that doesn't seem too bad. Botanical machinery, which last time I ever messed with this mod was extremely expensive for all of its stuff. Uh, that could be worse. I think they have their own book for this mod too, though, for the botanical machinery stuff, or it might be automatically pages in your upgraded Lexica Botania once you throw it through the Alvin portal, Alvenheim. Blood magic. I didn't even notice this was in this. Cool. Blood magic's always kind of fun. Used to hate it. Meatball craft. Don't hate it anymore. That was a fun time. I actually enjoyed it moderately. I also, to be fair, did it all like at one time and finished the whole mod effectively. Crazy AE2. Generate extreme amounts of energy. There's a video tutorial behind every feature. Hey, fair enough. I guess if I'm really stuck. Entropy Cradle Controller. Okay, so putting these blocks inside of its like multi-block build, you can just get good energy storage. Oh, you can get really good energy storages. So a single block of storage here holding a 128 billion well 137 actually, but it says 128 G, which should be 128 billion. That's interesting. Yeah, and you can only get them from this. Like the best one is 512 billion or whatever. And rose frames. Oh, and a super singularity block. That doesn't look terrible. Oh, that's probably also not terrible. Reinforced condenser probably just has a bunch of slots in it or whatever. You need 1600. You know what? I ignore that. Detour only slightly. Infinity 9 blocks. Well, Infinity 8 blocks. Infinity 8 can just turn into a block. Okay, noted. Alright. Penrose Sphere. A late game multi block generator built around a contained black hole. Feeding it singularities, it forms an accretion disk and converts mass into forge energy on an astronomical scale. Not a simple generator, it must be carefully balanced to avoid catastrophic failure. You balance the four systems of injection, so feeding singularities, cooling, removing excess heat, evaporation, reducing black hole mass, and output, exporting massive amounts of Fe. A stable system produces insane power. An unstable system melts down. Oh no, it has an idle power draw of 2 AE a tick. Might be a little too much. So you do a 4K storage cell with a bunch of super singularities in it. Singularities do not convert instantly. They enter the accretion disk first. Disk history 120 seconds. The delay is about 60. Power ramps up and down smoothly. It generates heat. Low heat, no power. Optimal heat, high efficiency and power. Too much heat dies. Power output is multiplied by a mass factor, so it doubles at the sweet spot. More power also means more heat. If mass reaches the maximum, it's a meltdown. Max internal cap is 4,096 singularities a tick. Anything above about 20 a tick is extremely dangerous. Then why is it at 4,096? Says, you know what? Fair enough. Only one heat vent can go on it. Cooling costs power and scales exponentially. Partial power equals partial cooling. One Hawking vent allowed, reduces the mass, extremely expensive, and while it's on, you can't inject more. Noted. Can't drop below initial mass. The internal buffer is effectively infinite, so it's probably like Draconic max energy cell, where it's like the 9 point. It's whatever it is, max long is what it is. I'd assume. How much does it make? Oh yeah, you need a bunch of these blocks. Hmm. I'm curious if surely that makes a shit ton of power. Spawner extractor simulates mob spawning from real spawner blocks. And instead of spawning real entities, they're directly inserted into your ME network. The mob storage cells. I did see those. I was curious what those were for. And then you can use the mobs in the mob farm controller to actually convert them into drops. Why do they got a sniffer locked up in there? That's their that's their example picture. That's messed up, man. Research units. This is the one that looked interesting. Sorry, I know we're tangenting, but I've not seen this before. This is very new. Even if I can't mess with this for a little bit. And I probably should definitely be setting up my auto stuff. Every research pedestal bottom needs its own research unit block. Okay. Multi-block can be wall shared, but you can't share cables or internal components. That makes sense. Research unit multi-blocks. You gotta fill them with crafting storage to give them computational power. They also provide different amounts of computational power, but increase energy and coolant consumption. And then they have custom blocks instead. Based on infinity blocks being 35 computational power, that's probably, you probably need one full of infinity blocks or something. I bet you there's like a limited recipe that needs a certain amount of power. I do not feel that that would be that way otherwise. Computation between pedestals does not work. Every research pedestal bottom must be connected to its own research unit multi-block. Dang, so you need 8 of these. Because this had 8, right? Yeah. Okay, so you need 8 of these and full of blocks. That's enough blocks to make a decent sized structure, it looks like. I guess actually, what am I doing? I can just click on it. Right. Maybe hold G. Yeah, so it makes a 5x5. Does a 3x3 internal. And it doesn't look like it's forced to be full. That's neat. Interesting. So research itself needs power, connected to your network, connect every research unit and the research stations to your network, insert a data drive in the research station, you fill it with research fluid on top of the research units, and then your network will provide the power that it needs. Then they write unlock keys directly onto the drive. The drive is not consumed and can be reused. And the data drive will tell you what you've unlocked, I guess. That's a checklist for if stuff's breaking. This is a checklist for if it stops working. This is a recipe fabricator. The recipe fabricator crafts the actual things that you want to mess with, I presume. Like an auto enchanter, a builder pattern, a CPU prio tuner. Like, what's a prio tuner do? Okay, literally just for item competition. Preferably, you just have enough items that you don't have to worry about that. But fair enough. I could see moments where that could be useful. Crazy pattern provider has a capacity of 72. This is the one where you can put the crazy upgrades in it all the way up to like 9,999. Ejector. Push items, fluids, or other resources directly into the block in front of it based on a redstone pulse. Neat. Effectively, like a formation plane, but just probably slightly better since it does every variant presumably easily. Energy interface, I assume this is just how to Okay, so you can fill and drain your system with this one. The energy interface you can take out of and put in power. You can't extract more than 30% of your total AE capacity or no more than 500 million FE. Presumably per tick, I would assume. Interesting. What is an NAD ticker? Oh, this is literally just this is like Soul Surge. You affect one single machine, so anything that's a block entity. So this is just tick acceleration. Every speed card installs doubles the ticking speed of the target blocked. The maximum number of cards is 8. No, it's not. Oh, it says power consumption grows exponentially with each speed card. I wonder if the speed grows exponentially, or if it's just the block is 16 times faster with 8 speed cards, but the power is way higher, or is it doubling 8 times? Hmm. I'm curious. Regardless, even a 16x speed increase is pretty considerable. Although that does look like that would take a lot of power. Oh, and I will need this for Infinity 9 ingots. Fair enough. Auto Enchanter just scales based off of an actual enchanting table, but can automatically use XP from your system. Or XP shards. I guess those come from that mob thing as well. Interesting. We have Project E in this. But there's a reason why there's this page right here is just called uh, Project E Philostone. So everything here is needed to make the Philosopher's Stone. Just to get started. That is an ultimate singularity. So this is slightly late game content, but it's fine. Void miners. Okay, wait. I did not notice these either. These are different. Okay, is this like a specific thing for just void miners instead of? Okay, I can tell that they can go up. Oh wait, no, those are probably those are solar panels. I see. I misread this. I saw the capacity having 8 million RF, and I saw the generation. I thought this said the basic one. This one generated 512 million RF attack. I was like, huh? What? But no. Okay, the very top one generates 203 million, but it's also takes multiple Infinity Sevens. Oh, and this is that's the duplication recipe. It actually takes this. Whatever a rune ritual from Runic Botany is. Interesting. And they do have efficiency modifiers. Um, Solar Flux. Infinity solar panels are the best. I don't know how bad this is in comparison to the high level infinities. Oh, this is Infinity 12. That is quite bad. What about neutroniums? Infinity 6. Okay. Chaotic Tears. Just Draconics, Wyverns. Okay. Unless these recipes have been changed. They have not. Okay. Chaotic Tears, not bad. Like, obviously the Chaotic Core is kind of expensive. I guess you could even drop it one lower. Draconic Tier is not bad either. Because this is pretty much just all the base resources being automated for the solar panel stuff. And every single one of these is 262,000. You put in 20 efficiency upgrades, so you're actually making the like 515,000, whatever it is. It's whatever the next tier up is. 524,288. Because you exactly double it, so you turn them effectively into chaotic tiers for each one, and that's half a million RF a piece. That might actually even that's pretty good. You don't get any of the other nonsense needed for your recipe stuff, and once you get chaotic shards stuff automated, you kick up to a million RF a piece. I think that's better than the other one. I think the other one is worse. Like, at what point do you get to a million RF a tick for one of these? God, like it, you'd need two of this multi-block fully, which also requires you to kick up all of the miners as well to get all the shards. But yeah, two of these, or just I guess 1-to-1 actually to the draconic tier. I don't know if that's worth it. The ultimate's pretty good, but it's also not cheap. And you know, like we were just looking at for Infinity Sixes, that's the neutronium tier solar panel for an Infinity Six, which generates 8.3 million, or you double it with efficiency upgrades, so you generate the 16 million. Takes Infinity Sevens just to duplicate it to ignore the rune ritual. Not to mention all the rune ritual annoyance and whatever these stellar cores are and stuff are. Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling Solar Flux Reborn is going to be better than these. I will definitely mess with these at some point though, just because I'm really curious on how they are. And I'm curious in these miners. The Void miners might be fun. Looks like a lot of blaze, redstone, and diamonds. Like 3k per tick. What's the max miner tick? Only 7? Alright, that was less than expected. Although I can only presume that the modifiers are substantial. Okay. 50% more items, 50% more consumption. I like that they actually tell you exactly what it is. 10% faster, 10% more consumption. Well, this one just scales way better because you're limited on your blocks. Like, I don't know what the like how many blocks the ultimate is. I can't tell from the little picture here. But if it's at the same tier as the Rosarium roughly, and it has 16 null modifiers, you know, 16 item modifiers is substantially better than 16 speeds. I'd presume there's like a perfect mix though, probably, where you get peak efficiency. I don't know. What else does it make? Oh, it's dimensional based. Okay, neat. That's not a bad weight variance for ancient debris, to be honest. It only being 1% of the like quartz odds is not terrible. Yeah, that could be worse. Do these increase the odds of the lower things? Or are they just for the other upgrades? You also get the new tier, just like how old Void Miner stuff was. You know, you need the previous miner to get the next one or whatever. And then, yeah, this one gets its first null modifier, so it's your first actual modifier slots. It's an item modifier take. Oh, just Rubatine. Oh, wait. Oh. I see. Well, that was pretty good even before I realized that the item like the modifiers get modifiers to them. I see. Okay, noted. We'll keep that in mind. I like how it says the solar panels are a cost-efficient early game power source for the Void Miner. I simply disagree. Actually, maybe. Being able to do the efficiency modifiers on them actually depends. I'd have to get their little like book or something. I don't know why you'd ever need internal inventory. So oh, actually, you probably would want the highest tier if you wanted to do a bunch of the fortune ones, a bunch of the item modifiers. Probably needs like a larger internal buffer. I'm not sure though. Yeah, there's probably book to this. Like what does this generate? Digital miner. Coal, copper, iron, redstone, lapis, gold, diamond, emerald, and then obviously the rubitine and arantium or whatever for their tiers. Um, I feel like that's missing multiple things. So it has a bunch of the silent gem stuff. That one's still missing things. Like where's like lead and tin and things? Okay, tier 3 gets you to uranium. See, this is very interesting because I feel like this is missing a large portion of the basic resources. Don't worry though, you have every single possible silent gem that you want, which is probably good. You know, it's probably used. Then you've got them all with variants. But yeah, it's just not like it's missing out on key basic things too. Very odd. I was just observing it to see if that was worth going into more than the smelting. Also, crazy that we got here from jetpacks. Did I even finish looking through the quest to see if I needed a jetpack in my inventory for anything? The quad reactor. Get that eventually, maybe at one point. These are just the mystical adaptations, guys. The furnaces are pretty good for this, but I don't think they're much better than like the top tier of the better furnaces ones. Once you push into like the all of the mods variants, I'm pretty sure are chilling. Deal with that at some point. Oh, that's an extended crafting page. Cool. Industrial foregoing. I think this has a fairly normal start. You build your fluid extractor, latex processing. Yeah. As per normal. Twilight Forest has all the bosses. Don't think it's anything weird. You can do the cake or the portal. Tinker's Construct, I'll probably only touch, like, I don't really like new Tinkers. I'll probably only touch this as much as I need to, and that's it. I don't think I care enough to get into the other stuff. New Ender IO. I think it's finally got most of the features back. There's extreme reactors in this, as well as, obviously nuclear crafts power generation. Power. Is Power ever a play? Like, unless this has been boosted, like, generation factor 500k, like, that's not bad. But still, for the full reactor and having to manage it too, how do their solar panels hold up? Nitros? 2k. God, that's terrible. Thermogens? 2k. Fernators? 40k. Just as disappointing as usual, Power. Sorry, man, that's just how it is. Oh, we never took out the blank upgrade. I guess the nether stuff here is mostly for mining things. We need the ancient debris, whatever. That's fine, we'll get that at some point. Actually, we probably have a decent amount of stuff in here finally. Yeah, we can make a decent amount now that we need of the blackstone. Pretty sure that's what it was. But yeah, anyways, all of that shows that we don't really need much else. We can get a dispersive upgrade real quick. Get this guy out. Dispersive upgrade. We'll throw him in this guy. Can't shift click it in. Cool, and that'll provide energy to me. And let's get a jetpack together. Wind thrusters. I think we already made all 6 basic coils. Oh, we're gonna need more than that. Do I just put in recipes? Maybe I do, man. This will be annoying otherwise, I think. It did craft the whole jetpack for me instantly. Now we take out all of the components of our jetpack. As long as we don't need the base components for the next ones. Okay, still the basic coils. Okay. So we will leave the coil pattern in there, and the other ones will get changed. Now we'll set a stone jetpack recipe. Stone thruster. Stone capacitor. And then we need the stone energy cell. Put those guys in there. Stone jetpack. Okay. Now, take those 4 back out. I guess I could leave them in there. Does it really? Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. We need the create a jetpack needed like jetpacks later too, anyways. Do it like this. That's fine. Put this guy, give him the energy cells, get his advanced coil, set up his thrusters. That should be fun. He's done. Gold. Make sure we do the gold one with the iron jetpack in it. Gold thruster. We already have the advanced coils. Gold energy cell. That's the gold terminal guy. I think that's all this one needs. 2 furnaces. Okay. Furnace. Cobble. Yeah, this was definitely easier than handcrafting. I felt like it was going to take up a lot more patterns than it actually has, which is mostly why I didn't want to. There we go. That's all the way to the diamond jetpack. Um, jetpack, toggle engine. V. What is that opening? V. Open belt slot inventory. I think that's what that is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Still hurt yourself, so gotta remember that. But hover, ascent, descent, not too bad. Fast as hell. What if I disable hover? Oh yeah, it's pretty much immediate inertia canceling. I also do notice that we drop slightly while hovering, but not much. It'll stay charged automatically from just existing near that one solar panel with the dispersive upgrade. That's pretty good. That was totally worth it. What do we want to do for building then? Trying to think about like, fairly cheap and abundant resources I can use, which are come to mind is wood and stone mostly. Grab our witch water out of this setup. We can set him up again later. Okay. Alright. Turn the turn the jetpack off. For normal jumping purposes, not great. Just remember to turn it back on if I fall or something stupid. Hmm. Well, I want something that looks nice. I guess we could go with like, a bunch of stone bricks and stuff, something similar. Go like just a chill brick vibe, logs, strip your logs and stuff too. Keep it like that maybe. Um, our next one of these needs the netherite, correct? Where's the obsidian? There it is. Yeah, it needs netherite ingots and magma cream. The magma cream's not too bad now. Actually, we'll end up getting some magma cream for sure whenever we're receiving for the ancient debris in the first place too. This has a progression thing for the nether. It really just wants you to get that scrap, and then it's got a bunch of netherite armor stuff too. Okay, they have like armor variants. Each variant pacifies a new thing. You have to make them all the way up from the previous variants. How this works. Yeah, netherite gold needs netherite emerald. And those also craft up. Okay, that's a lot of netherite. What do their tools do? Interesting. Extra stuff for mining ores. Probably unnecessary. Netherite diamond though gives decent stats and pacifies Endermen, Piglins, and Phantoms. Fair enough. Netherite scrap was really only from ancient debris too. Yeah, there's always the squeezer method, get a pretty cheap double. Enrichment chamber too though, extremely cheap and guaranteed double instead. That's actually my question. Scrap itself, they have more efficient ways to make netherite ingots, because like, you know, this way it takes 4 to 1 ingot. A nether craft takes nether star though, some wither skulls and such, but that lets you make them at half cost. And if you have an infinity catalyst, you can make additional ancient debris. If you ever wanted for some reason to use an infinity catalyst on getting marginally additional ancient debris, you could. You could. For alloys, this is just normal transmutation. Actually, I think this saves you slightly on the gold. Yeah, because you can do it on gold dust technically. Well, no, not really, because you can just smelt the gold dust anyways. Okay. Nuclear craft neoteric alloy smelter. Any of the graphite dust, some light ingots. Okay, that's pretty cheap, and that's easier. You save 1 scrap per ingot. Scrap dust. Just convert. Do anything cool? No. Cool. Production smelter's normal. Molten debris. You can get 3 nuggets worth from the ancient debris, so it doesn't quite double it. Okay. Nothing super insane there. Kind of as expected though. And what is Nether Gauntlet? Oh, it's just gonna show this because it's a data model. Doesn't have it. I assume it's another boss, probably. But ultimate boss prediction. Whatever. Blazing Eyes, Obsidian, Crying Obsidian, but Ancient Debris from everyone is pretty good. Hold on, how much was it to run it though? Was it 50,000 R of a tick? Eesh. Alright, so far, sieving looks like the best move. The auto-sieve multi-block looks pretty good. Needs Elementium, which is just Elven trading Mana Steel. Like, that's not even that far into Botania. You need item input and output ports, energy ports, block of netherite diamond. That's fine though, that's not terrible. That's just 9 netherite effectively. 9 of the auto mechanical sieves. Those are nothing. Chipped technical fans. So you can set up a tinkering table or make this block and then smelt it to the fan block. Clear glass. Gotta use a casting beeson. It's fine though. Still manageable. Crimson Dragonstone. Elven Trading, Crimson Ingots, and Shadow Dragonstone. Shadow Dragonstone. Oh gosh. That's a menace. Oh, that's tier 4. I see. Oh, and the other tiers just need the Void Miner blocks. But tier 1 doesn't need that at all. Okay. So tier 1 really just requires... Is that the only thing that actually changes? Yeah. It really just requires Netherite. Right? Yeah, like we find glowstone, but this is just an osmium compressor. That's nothing unusual. The item ports don't look terrible. It's cobalt, which we have a bit. Energy port, yeah, they're all very similar variants. Factory blocks are easy. So yeah, this is the only one that's like actually really anything. Hmm. Yeah, we could get tier 1, so definitely do want these eventually then if they're gonna have blocks used in multi-blocks. And let's see, the tier 1 turns 1 blackstone, and it has a 10% chance if you know an ancient debris. That's pretty good. That's much higher ratios than normal. It does 1 per second. It's not bad. And the second and third tiers, which are just getting the void miner setups, um, does 4 at a time and then 16 at a time instead. Oh, and it does more and it's quicker actually. So it only takes half a second to do 4 times as much. It's actually 8 times faster. 40,000 RF. Yeah, it's not even expensive either. Because that's 80,000 RF a second. Divide that by 20, so it's what, like 4,000 RF a tick? It's not even bad. Ignore whatever this is. Ignore the Infinity section there. Out of my pay grade. Wait, Soul Sand gives Netherite's grab? Just from the autosieve. Okay. I see, I see. I was like, I didn't see that whenever I was sieving. I was looking at him. Okay. Neat. Well, that guy doesn't look terrible, actually. That looks like something that's maybe possible moderately soon. But not possible right now. We're not in range of that quite yet. We can take all this stuff out to make some black stone and then sieve all that, I suppose, and try to see if we could get lucky on getting some netherite together. Try to smelt up a bunch of stone. Might just use a bunch of stone bricks. Actually, I did notice factory blocks. I've always been a fan of those from Chisel. Yeah, good old basic, and they're not super expensive either. You know, they give a much more unique vibe. And they all have CTM as well. CTM, I don't actually know what it stands for. I just know that that is what is written for the connected textures. Like CTM being connected textures, maybe. The maybe is included there, yes. Um, I'm not sure. Let's smelt up this stone. Maybe factory blocks. Go for a factory vibe or something. God, I haven't had to build anything that actually like looks decent in a while. Because I don't want to set up like a setup that just goes away instantly either. I want to build things that'll actually get to like sit where they are for a while. Everything I've made so far, I've pretty much immediately destroyed. I've gone through 2 mob things, technically 3 mob things, some additional smaller setups. I've already moved my main setup once, but I want to get it set up somewhere that I can do it like in mass for whenever I get to the assembler. matrix and stuff. I don't want to have to move that because I don't know how much of a pain that'll be. So there are other things to focus on here. Hmm. Whatever those factories and stuff are, I'll have to mess at some point. Just trying to think about building stuff. Doing a little bit more cobble. Um, okay. You know what we will do? We will take all of our essences out of these guys. And make as much blackstone as we can. Can I hammer compressed blackstone? I can indeed. Perfect. Let me make a new hammer. New wand. Okay. It's gonna make a pretty decent amount here. Yeah. Almost 4 stacks of compressed crushed blackstone. We will definitely get enough for at least a bit of netherite with this. Surely. The issue is our next tier of mesh being netherite. I think it takes... I think it's only actually 1 ingot per, which isn't terrible. Which one was it? One of the machines did it with only 3 ingots, so it was slightly more efficient. Also, is this black dye? Yeah, ridiculous amounts of black dye. Nice. Damn, not even 1. Diamond mesh has a chance, right? Yeah. Netherite meshes. Oh, that's why these are at 10%. I was curious on why it was a 10%. If it was just because it's the multi-block, it's because the idea is that you could have had up to the vibranium mesh. Yeah, netherite mesh is take an ingot. The ingot was nuclear craft alloy smelter. That's what the enhanced was, and using the enrichment chamber to double an ancient debris. But man, that lower ratio here is tough. No ancient debris in that much is painful, considering you're gonna need at least 2 ancient debris to get your first netherite ingot. Oh no. Um, I guess actually there is that nether mining dimension too. That might just be the better method of receiving for it early game to get your initial netherite together. Which I don't know why, but I didn't even really consider until just this moment. Well, I got 1,300 black dye, I suppose. Not a single ancient debris. I guess the chance is really low, even though that was a lot. Let me merge these. So hammer can just go in there. Let's get those 64Ks that we made earlier and convert them actually into drives. I took them out of my inventory so that we'd finish the quest. Are we out of iron? Fair enough. 1 ancient debris. We got 1. Woo! Put it in there. Almost missed it. We actually don't have much of anything for iron in here either. It's 10 iron ingots worth. Okay, let's take out all that raw iron at least, I guess, as well. So 27. Okay, that kicked us up to like 40. Oh, I guess we used the last little bit of it on the iron jetpack. It was a little intensive on it. That makes sense. I was curious on what we used it on. It didn't correlate that properly. Let's make it like 50 quartz glass real fast. It's quantum grafting. Interesting. That looks pretty useful. Recursive recipes and stuff especially. I could see that being good for like something on the top of my head would be the essences from mystical agriculture. Sorry. I love getting sidetracked. It's fun. Um where is my normal recipe? Make it. It was on the first page this time. I swear it wasn't all the other times. Click all these guys out. Let's drop them all in here since they're all 64Ks. There we go. Full drive is 64Ks done. We'll leave our 16s. We might as well for now. Um, Eventually we'll get higher than both of those substantially, and then we'll swap every drive out to just something giga. But that should be fine for now. Well, if we want to do factory blocks, we're definitely going to need a bunch of iron. Because you get it at a pretty good ratio, like 4 ingots to 24 blocks. But we currently have it at a ratio of having 0 iron whatsoever, just about. So this should be priority. So you have a bunch more gravel. There's so many multis. I wonder if it'll matter to keep them all in one chunk or not. Like, that used to be a pretty big deal, but I'd noticed after, like, with Meatball Craft, I just had every chunk loaded, and so the chunks, like, they were never accidentally over a chunk and unloaded at the same time. So I built, like, almost every single multi-block in that pack over the borders, even all the ones that said not to, and I had no issues with that. Um, so, I don't know. I'll probably just make sure my whole base is chunk loaded and not worry about it much. Do these guys, and we'll have 2 more stacks after this. Or, well, 18 more stacks, technically. Too bad. Oh, filled up our hand too quick, so we actually didn't finish. Just exactly enough, yeah. Put some in our offhand here, too. And maybe if our hand fills up and it breaks, because it's like the perfect amount or whatever, then it'll swap to our offhand. That's the idea, at least. Let's see if it sieves it properly at the end. I guess I'd be surprised if it didn't. Oh, well, okay. Surprised I am. Oh, and it let the stuff fill, too. Okay. Yeah, alright. 1,000 iron is pretty good. And that's not even including the, I can't do math, but a lot of iron ore chunks whenever they're compressed down. That's nice. This will be plenty of iron for our more immediate needs at least. Man, I'm just terrible at building. What do these guys need? They need the tinkering table. I don't quite have all the... Oh, there's definitely gunpowder in here. I know that we get a bunch of it from dust. Yeah, we have 6,000. Definitely have a little bit of compressed sand in here. Okay. Tinkering table needs TNT. Make a little bit of TNT. Make 10 pistons, because why not? Tinkering table. And I think that's all we need for him. Pretty sure now if we make some of the factory blocks, which would be these ones, we got a few stacks. Yes, perfect. Let's see what they all look like. I'm always a fan of this one. This grinder texture is always a nice one. I like some of the blues too, but I feel like they get a little overpowering sometimes. Sometimes they use them too much. This one's nice. Simple, clean, just outlined edge only. This one gives you a little bit more like depth. These two are good for using them for their actual purposes of, a cautious environment or something. The thing is, there's enough factory blocks that if you build out of factory blocks, you can really match your own theme consistently without it being too much of an issue. And you can throw in like concrete and stuff too, and it'll still fit the theme and the vibe of your build without it being much of a problem. Mm. Mm. Actually, we'll just do even more iron right now. I forgot that these guys don't have upgrades, so that's the maximum amount of stuff they can have in there. Okay, so I think we will use factory blocks. I think this is definitely our best building block that I'm likely to do something decent with. What do we want our initial stuff to be? Could do this for the floors. Hmm. Could actually do this one for the floors maybe. A darker block. Could use this to outline the edges of the floor or something. It's supposed to be just like a metallic connection for it fully. Connects in. This is like our corner beams. So bottom of the wall, the edge of the wall of the floor, things like that. Something like this, just flat black walls since they don't need to be as reinforced. Kind of the idea. Use this on all of the edges of everything. It gives you a pretty simple 3 block palette. I don't think it'll look like, you know, insane builder heaven, but I also don't play on settings that are cool enough to look great for builds most of the time anyways, is my cope at least. I play on pretty reduced stuff just to make sure that the videos come out nicely. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we'll call this the base floor. We'll use these as our edge connections, and then we'll use the other ones as like a wall or something. Let's get some torches on me. Then I can actually break all of this. Yeah, none of this will fall, so that's fine. None of this will fall either. Looking for a little setup here as is, I suppose. I was like, what was that breaking noise I heard? It was torches. That's what it was. Ah, I'm sinking. This is 7, which is always nice. I like an odd number of blocks. Use this to lead into like a basic little entrance, maybe. Put this in our offhand so we can place it with our wand immediately. I could keep it pretty simple with the builds, do a bunch of just factory-esque buildings, maybe make other sub-buildings for the other larger structures. Try to keep things a little bit more separated, laid out, just like I said I wanted to. This first one could be a core building, put our early resource generation in it, do sub rooms off the sides of it or something. So, we have one room that's dealing with all the sieving and stuff. We've got our power section. We've got our actual. Obviously, in the very center, you need the IMI core and everything being visible. I'm trying to think about how many controllers you need for the max size one. Because it's a 7x7x7, but you only need the edges. I guess if it's just literally a cube, it'd be 300. But it's not, because you have the restriction of they can only touch 3 other controller blocks, I think, is how that works. Or is it only 2 others? No, it's 3 others, because the corners, obviously. Yeah, we'd need a bunch more fluics. Forget that you need 4 per. Obviously the skystone blocks, but that's just skystone dust getting smelted. Hmm. We'll worry about the controller later, because right now we can just put our controller in a placeholder spot. Yeah, and then just fill in the rest of the blocks with like some kind of basic scaffolding block or something. Okay. I think this jetpack's very fast. Unrelated to that, I think I have the idea. I think I want a pretty big main room here to come off of these guys. That's where we'll put all of our IMI stuff into. Power might be elevated instead of directly inside or anything. Might do elevated power. My warning on this. Nothing. Streamlabs had like a little warning pop up. I had to double check that it was working fine. Hmm. Let me grab another soda. Random soda of choice is HEB's original zero sugar cola. It's pretty good. It tastes very similar to Coca-Cola's, just default zero sugar. If they made this in cherry, probably be one of my favorite drinks. Or how many out do I want it? I guess this sets the base size of my initial room. This is 5, so 5 plus whatever I want the edges to be. I go pretty big with it, and I kind of need to if I want larger side rooms on it. Could also be multiple floors. That's not really much of an issue. Oh, you know what I want? I want a max size AMI controller. I want to be able to walk into it, have it like a grand hallway effectively. Get my side rooms that are individually like my other additional things. But a max size AMI controller, and right above it is sitting like the biggest draconic energy orb or something for my power storage stuff. Texture everything, use like copycat blocks or something to give additional edges and things on stuff. I think I could make something pretty cool. Not to mention it'd be very functional, like as a base. And then just leave this little pad as like our entrance way. Do like a full archway or something, and then we can build out this way, build paths to other smaller factory buildings for like, one that has void miners in it or something, since they need to see the void. But then use this guy for all of our initial setups, because we need like we'll set up stuff for receiving. We need a basic factory room that like has actual machines stuff in it for use. Um, Man, the move is probably really just upgrading and automating all the machines like as fast as possible with applied logistics, so that you don't have to fuck with them really manually. But yeah, I'm thinking big grandiose hallway. Probably should be like, how big's the dimensions on the maximum uh draconic energy core. 33 by 33, but no, there's no way that's what that is. Right? Why does everything say 33 by 33 by 9? That is literally untrue. You know what? We'll go off that as the basis. So we want an odd room because, we're going to have a 7 by 7. Probably just do a 7 by 7 square for our IMU controller. That'll give us plenty to work with and be a decent size. We, if we expect that the core takes 33 by 33, which I don't think it does, we could make the room have a little bit additional on the sides and then build supports to the core from whatever the walls are, which would only need we could do that with just a few extra blocks. So in theory, we wanted 4 more blocks on both sides. You just add 8 to that. So what is that? 41? A 41 block wide. Oh, isn't that almost 3 chunks? Yeah, just about. I guess 7 blocks down. Maybe do 37. I feel slightly less bad. It's just over 2 chunks wide. It's a very grandiose hall. And our controller's gonna look so small in the middle of it and stuff too. But we need to prep for the orb. I don't think the orb's that big. I wish I had the information. Just on the top of my head. I think I think a more reasonable number would be I don't know, do 27 or something. That's still big. It's more than a chunk wide, but it's just under 2 chunks wide, and I'm pretty sure the orb will fit. I guess worst case, the orb doesn't fit, and then you just mold the outside walls around it, but I literally cannot fathom it being bigger than that, considering I think I fit it in a 20 by 20 square whenever I did my turbines on Meatball Craft. I just, I don't remember it well enough to get the exact size. I shifted over because of my hover pack. That's great. So 27. So we have 5. So we need 22. So we need 11 out for both sides. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. And this would actually give us a 25 block internal if I use this as the outside block. But I wanted I wanted the inside edges to be this as well. Like to be the edge at the bottom and the top. I guess there's really no issue with just doing, this? And I guess actually that would mean that these should also be too wide. We can break the rule maybe on just this side, like just this entrance away. Or actually, does that just look better than what the idea is? Hold on, let's. Maybe disregard the multi-palette. Just use this on the edge. Does this look fine? Extend it up more. The issue is that it goes to below the wall. Let's just break out a few of these. Okay. I think I like the edge being visible, which means they can't be the bottom block too. So it's probably maybe I just use this as the foundational bottom block or whatever on the edge, and I'm probably not seeing this in oh, go back. Ow. Okay. It's fine. Things of value were lost. Um, not much at least. Okay. So I'm thinking this will be our whole floor block instead. Let's also get a new pickaxe real fast. So 5. And then we'll do all 7 actually across this way. And instead of having, the corner or whatever, we'll just have the walls out of this. We won't use the other darker one, and we'll set them on top of this factory block so that we don't have like missing corners from the outside or whatever. But we get the edge here, so it looks like it's like actually sitting on the floor properly. Because otherwise, the connected textures make it look weird in my opinion. Um, and I didn't like that much. Okay. The idea being this is like an entryway, and then I don't know. We can try to build this section into like an arc, and then it'll expand out right here. All right, that sounds like a plan. So this should be 7. So we just go out 10 more blocks both ways. Give us 27. We're gonna need so many of these. There goes a stack. There goes a stack. There goes a stack. Might be a little big. For just our hallway, what would be better? I could cut it down 2 blocks on both sides, cut it down to 23. Does it matter if it's grandiose? No, not really. I don't mind. It'll take me longer to build things, I guess, but that's not that big of a deal. And this lets me have really big offshoot rooms without them looking, like they swamp the inside. Yeah, whatever. It's just fine. It's just fine. Idea is I'll just place all of this for now. We'll get our first layer, like our first like effective layer done or whatever here. And I will fix the locations where I'm gonna like cut out side rooms and stuff later. Just kind of get this to like lay a like ground floor. How long do I want it to be? I guess if we wanted like our side rooms to be at least 20 blocks big. If this was 100 blocks long, you'd get exactly 10 side rooms per side. If they were wall to wall. Do you want our side rooms to have variable sizes? Like have some smaller ones and then have some bigger ones to just have slightly different stuff going on? What's a max size blood altar? 21 by 21. Also, wait, oh, things recommend a room of 25 by 25 for the altar. Yeah, also size of 20, don't want to do that. I want it to be odd. Things just like to match odd. Some blocks are even and stuff, but you can always put them to the side, reciprocate them so it's even across, and it's symmetrical across the center rather than trying to just build it in the middle of the room. I could do 21 by 21 rooms. if I make it like 100 blocks long here for the main hallway being about 100 blocks. But where do you put like the EMI controller and stuff that now it's not like super far out? That's kind of my other like tertiary problem here. Because I don't want it to be like the controller is, you know, just super far from everything else as well. Maybe as the core building, do it like 60 blocks long with a controller in the center. I get 2 rooms off of each side, and I do like just a room off the back end as well. All the rooms can be like 25 blocks by 25 blocks wide. Keep them all cubes. Give them five block entrance doorways. Yeah, that gives me 5 rooms to work with in the initial structure. Not to mention I could do additional floors if I wanted to. And then that also isn't so much that I do the whole pack here, and I still go out with the intention of building other connected buildings and stuff. I think that works. I think like 60 blocks long, 2 rooms off both sides, and then 1 room off the back side is good. With 5 block entrances just like this. Okay. Well, I guess I'll do 60 blocks inside. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 30, 40, 50. That should be 60 right there. I feel like torches block spawn area like much larger than normal, but I'm not actually sure. But it does feel that way. Okay. Let me actually. I'd like 4,000. Thank you, Applied Logistics System. Appreciate you. Okay. Hop on over to our now floating tinkering table. No, I'm falling. Perfect. Craft everything on over. Sleep before I do this so that I don't start spawning mobs as I don't put new torches down quick enough. Perfect. I realized in hindsight that it was actually faster to go to the side instead. We'll do something else for the lighting. Ah, we do have the painting machine. Okay. As long as this isn't, if it doesn't work differently than it used to, we should be able to cover a block, like convert like a block of glowstone or something to look like a factory block. Observe covers real quick too. Invisible lights could also be an option if there's anything like that. Although I don't want like, even if it's a thing, I don't really like, the infernal flare lantern or whatever that spawns in all the invisible lights on its own. That's kind of annoying. Because they always end up getting in the way of things and mess up your machines and stuff. Multi-blocks in particular. I don't know. We'll mess with it later. For now, we'll just put torches around, but later on we can get that more or less solved. And this is pretty big, but not to like an obnoxiously ridiculous standard. I think this will be fine for an inside building. I wonder if it's always going to be foggy at range though. Whenever it's foggy, it's kind of funny. Build this guy all the way around. Oh, ran out of these just barely. Okay, get a bunch more of these. How many blocks tall does it need to be? Well, I do know that the draconic reactor or core or whatever is like 9 blocks tall. We want it floating above our AME system, which is already 7 blocks tall. God, that'd be a pretty big building. I guess the center actually could be domed. So we could leave it flat for now, and later on, whenever we get to that point of putting in a draconic energy orb, we can build a dome around it instead of similar to what I did for the power station on Meatball Craft. Instead of just building the whole building to the height that's needed for that. So maybe instead look for like an 11 block height. That'll give us a few blocks. We could put the controller a couple blocks elevated off the floor. 2 blocks up so we can walk underneath it, at least at first. Do we have like a shrinking tool or anything? We do. We have the personal shrinking device. Um, so that would make working in like a 1 block section after we're putting the initial cables in or whatever, not too bad. Or I could put it 3 blocks up, which would need to be 13 blocks tall, which could also work. Maybe that's the play. Maybe put it 3 blocks up, do 13 blocks tall. 2. Let's turn off the jetpack. 5, 7, 8, 9. It's funny. It's got a max of 128 blocks, so it's not even quite able to do that. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty tall room. Hey, fair enough. Um, Also, let's see. Can we make any of the better wands? Okay, Infinity One's default recipe. That's not terrible. Like, I can't do that right now, but for a future reference, it's not terrible. Make a new normal diamond wand, because it's gonna be needed soon. And get a bunch more of these guys. Convert them all to these. What did I just say? 7 with 3 extra spots underneath and above. So yeah, it was 13. This is what, 9? Yeah, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. I feel like making a proper archway out of something this tall, but also this narrow is going to be difficult. But I will try. Probably not the me right now, though. That's probably a future me problem. I'll leave this open for now just so that I don't, like, mess up my organization stuff. I will also definitely need to, I'll put some cobblestone underneath all that before I mine anything. Don't worry, I will not accidentally lose things of high expense. Hopefully. I will try my best not to, at least. Actually, go and get some of the thousands of blaze powder in here. Damn. A lot of EMC worth of stuff in here. Dimensional shards are worth a lot. Too bad EMC is irrelevant for a very long time. Just notice we have a bunch of charm slots and stuff too. That's interesting. I think this is cheaper because it only needs up to Infinity 4 than some of the other options. I think the other flight options needed what, like Infinity 6 or something? Oh, let me look. I think this guy. Oh no, Infinity 1. Never mind. Never mind. He just needs a bunch of the Ascended coins. But otherwise, pretty cheap. Noted. Noted. Okay, so the idea was I've got about 60 blocks on the inside. It might be 59 actually, even because I think I counted from this block out 60 and then put the wall on the end. So it's like 59 blocks or whatever. Got these torches in the center are exactly centered at least. So 3, 4. No, this would be a 5x5 doorway. I guess it could be 7. Maybe I'll need to 5 at the front door though. It's not like I can't change that, I guess. Maybe we'll stick to 5. Maybe a different factory block to outline doorway edges or something. Might be nice. I don't know. We'll do it later. I bet you this would look so much better if I use like shaders and lighting. But no. Alright. And then the idea being each room, you need 21 by 21 for, you know, a max size blood altar. So if I wanted to do something like that would be my base idea here. Do I need a max size blood altar in one of the initial 5 rooms? Probably not. I guess 21 by 21 is still a pretty decent number in general. Let's do 3 block thick doorways. Just, I don't know, gives it some depth. Not super necessary, but I want to. Let me also turn on my jetpack real fast and go up here before I start getting rained on by mobs. Hindsight. Okay. So, 21 by 21. So this guy initially right here is 7. So I'm just going to go out 7 more both ways. 8, actually. 'Cause I want the wall too. So I need to go out 8 both ways and do this inner like layer right here. And then this guy will be the whole center. So, oh god, I'm gonna count it just to make sure. 1. Yeah, this is 23 blocks wide, as it should be. Because it'll have a wall. So 23 blocks. I will count the inside from here. This is 1, 2, 3. Thank God you can. Bruh. That spot literally doesn't show anything can spawn there. Oh, you know what I actually need to do real fast? Claim the rest of the base just in case whatever nonsense this is explodes or something. That's stupid. It doesn't show that it's a spawn spot. I have F7 on still. Ah! Baby skeletons. The missionary is spawning in enemies. Corpse maggots. Ow. Bruh. Kinda tanky. Ouch. Just keep floating so the lower guys can't really hit me. Nice, his resistance finally went away. Okay. Turn the jetpack back off. Come crit everyone. Also, the strength bonus from the apples, strength 2. Very nice. Okay, that was dumb. I do not think anything should have spawned there. If it says that nothing can spawn there with F7, nothing should spawn there. Especially not a boss mob that's spawning in more stuff. Also, why in the world did I get an iron slime wood melting pan from Tinkers? You can go. You can go in the system. Probably shouldn't. It's NVT data, but why is it there? Light overlay enabled. What did you spawn on? None of this even looks dark. What in the world? Oh yeah, no, we are good. Mega torches are not excessive in value. There's nothing weird about their recipe here. Probably still only like 64 blocks is what I would guess. So, put one like, I don't know, right here? You know, the entrance. Right there. These guys are going to have some very large overlap, no doubt, but that should stop any of the other further mob nonsense. Oh, stupid. Okay. Back to what we're doing. 1, 2, 3. And I wanted these rooms to be 21, so I need them to be out 23 for the back wall. No, I need them to be out 22 because this is already the front wall. I guess 23 from this block, so 4. Oh, I must have shift scrolled it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. My D key is struggling for some reason. Okay. Take out more of the factory blocks. It's funny, I was like, I want to build something that looks nice. I'm building a cube with cubes on it. Fantastic. Exactly what I wanted. Oh gosh. Is there like is there the measuring tape? No, packing tape. Damn it. Useful mods and items. Is there anything in here that like just judges the distance real quick? Oh, ruler? Um, I will make a time in a bottle real fast, just because that's cheap. Glass real quick. It also wants more lapis. Should have plenty in here. I just love how often I get distracted by smaller things while I'm doing stuff. It's fine. Get the time in a bottle going just because that's a cheap craft. Villagers have no trades, wandering merchants gone. Sound muffler in the inventory. Ultimine. Ooh, entangled blocks. You can start shards. You get 4 of those per. Well, that ain't bad. We gotta keep that in mind. Because I don't remember what the range on entangled blocks are from the entangled mod, but pretty decent, I think. And that's just really convenient for dealing with stuff. I like how they're like ore dictionificator, so you can change ingots from one mod to another whenever you find a bad input. But then they're also like, yeah, you can't actually craft this item; it's cheats only. SMH. Cardboard boxes. A multi-builder tool. Okay, that's nice. So that's for all the multi-blocks in the mod stuff. So you don't have to build them from JEI. Very nice. Filter destination tool. Pipes is not a TPS friendly option. Use curvy pipes. It's funny because it says very specifically, Pipes mod adds simple and highly configurable pipes that are designed to create as little lag as possible. In red text, Pipes is not a TPS friendly option. Use curvy pipes. Curvy pipes look so cursed. I'm gonna have to mess with them, right? It has to happen at some point. I cannot wait to see what spaghetti ends up happening later. Block booster. Okay. Just another take rate thing. That's pretty ridiculous amounts of power though. 50 million? Is that like per tick? It says per boost. Probably per tick. Because, every boost it would be doubling it, so it does 2 ticks per tick instead. So probably per tick. That's pretty high. Flex Networks, Torchmaster, they have all of these. The Feral Fire Lantern, so they did indeed have it. Thinking Device, Nuclear Craft Pump. I'll just make my Aquabase Accumulator, thank you. Waystones to teleport, cool. That's how we can set up locations for other things. Void Dimension, ironic considering you're already in one, but I guess it doesn't have mob spawns as the advantage. These other miney dimensions, that'd be quite nice. Like this one needs a netherite pickaxe to make the portal to it, but that just requires you to get 1 ingot, so running a bit more blackstone. Based on it being a mining dimension, might not even be any mobs in there, so it might be super chillin'. Dim storages. Are there... Okay, so dim storages are the only equivalent for like an ender chest. Uh, Similar thing. Hmm. Repair talismans. They're a little expensive though. That's it's a process. We saw that one earlier. Okay, nothing else crazy cool in here. Just just decided to give it a check while it was popping up. And no ruler. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. This should be fine. Then this will give us a 21 by 21 interior, which is exactly what we want. This will be our one room. The not autofilling your hand is kind of interesting. I feel like most packs have that as a mechanic, so every time it's not there, it surprises me significantly. Okay. Well, that's foundation of room 1 done. So if we're gonna do that, they need a 23 by 23 space. Ten, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, maybe 25, 2, 5. No, I get. What am I even thinking? This is. I can't. I can't go more than like the entrance. If it's in the center of the room, it's going to be a 5 block entrance at the very center. If the room's going to be 23 by 23 technically on the outside, that means I need 9 blocks at least between the doorways for them to not interact with each other. Could be very arbitrary about it and just be like, bam, right here. That is definitely far enough from that way. 4, 5. I don't even know what possible math I was doing on the 9 blocks thing, but definitely much more than that. Because you need 9 blocks, so you need at least 18 blocks from the edges of their doorways to like not overlap. So 2, so 3. We'll do it like right here. Seeing how big I made the other one. Go. Should have crossed to this guy. Perfect. Making sure it was even. And 4 blocks all. Okay, and then we just double check this, so 2 additional blocks in or whatever. I had to do some counting there to make sure that that was 5 blocks. For some reason my brain was like, that's not 5. Okay. So, 5. This will be 7. We want it to be 23 by 23 total, so that we have the outside walls as well. So I need this to be 8 more blocks. This might be too close. This is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. There's an exact 1 block gap between them. Well, that works out about as well as it can. Very nice. Then let me just... $14, $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, $20, $21, $22, $23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Perfect. That's great. That's very nice. I'm happy that worked out exactly as it needed to. Because I literally just like did the distance on a whim. I was like, yeah, I think that'll be enough. It was. I was correct. But it was also very lucky. Okay. I'm gonna need a bunch more factory blocks. Like, you can make 3,000 more. That's gonna use up a lot of additional iron already, but that's fine. We didn't need the iron anyways. But these guys. Rest of floor. Okay. So this guy needs to be 22 out, including this block. Because this is technically our front, well, that is how I did on the other one, right? Yeah. It's 3 wide with the internal wall counting as the third. So like these guys. Actually want the lip here. So, 1, 2. This will be 23 in total. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That'll add up enough for the walls. same. I guess I didn't even count that one. I could have just looked at the other one. I'll throw a couple of torches on their platforms. They don't need them anymore for the mob spawn reasons. Now it's just for lighting. Don't worry, I'll go through as we like actually develop stuff in the rooms and figure out a better lighting situation than random sporadic torches. Let's go and grab a bunch more of the factory blocks. I also don't think we're gonna make the side rooms as tall, mostly because I don't think we need to. Two and two. Perfect. That should be 23 long. I'll double count it real fast. Yep. Now this one I don't really have to count. I can just do it to as long as that one. Perfect. Okay. So, foundations for all 5 rooms acquired. They all need walls. Turn off the engine real quick so fly whenever I jump that. They'll need walls and stuff, but we got our initial little game plan set up here. It's not too bad. This will be a lot of space to work with, I think. What we should determine is where the system will go. Figuring about right here. Fits nicely in between. How much space exactly is in between these guys? I guess. Let's count this wall. Yeah, 19. That's what I figured. The 8 plus the 1 gap in the center. And the 1 extra for like the inside doorway or whatever. Okay, so we got 19 blocks. So I guess 6 blocks from the edge of one of these guys. I'm specifically thinking about building like a scaffolding for where a max size AMI controller would go. Let's get a few stacks of cobble for him. So 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 5th block, so this will be the 7th, and then I wanted it 3 blocks up. Was the whole purpose that I'd have space to work around underneath it. So this is the 4th one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is not a 7x7. How's this 8? Oh, I see what happened. I was like, that does not look correct. I did it the block after this one because I was like, oh yeah, one block wider than the doorway. The inside of the doorway is 5. The doorway to the frames is 7. There we go. 7 by 7 block. 3 blocks of space underneath it. And it should be precisely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 8. I have realized 1 block back. Okay. Go back over here again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then go here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. So it's fully centered on the in between of the rooms. Turn the engine back on. So I'm not actually doing the most efficient for this either. But I've just never needed that many channels before, ever. I've always made things work on less than that. Like I made it very late game with a lot of independent automations in things that use, interfaces as providers effectively, but the automation itself is handled externally. Yeah. This will give us enough of a cube of stuff to be pretty good. So we need 68 blocks. That was also my subtle way of making sure I could properly assert the outside line of a cuboid without having to do math for it, even though the math for it's not that difficult, but because I'm stupid. Yeah, anyways, there we go. That is where our controller is going to go. And then that'll give us 3 above it as well, a space. But then we will build out this whole section probably from here to here as as a domed section for a draconic energy orb to float above the ME system later. And we'll just use any top pieces we want to use for channels and stuff. We'll just wireless them over or like entangled block or something. I'm actually really curious on if an entangled block works on an ME controller now that I think about it. Probably not, but if it does, that's pretty good. Because if you can entangle block the controllers, then you can actually use an additional side on every controller that you normally can't. Multiple additional sides, I suppose, actually. Like, that one has 3 other controllers touching it. Not sure. Something to maybe be tested at some point, or to be forgotten. The future only knows. Yeah, so we need 68 controllers to fill this guy out. What's that actually going to cost us? What's the damage? 272 Skystone blocks and only a few hundred fluid crystals. That's not terrible, especially considering we should have plenty of... Oh. Can you right-click harvest sugarcane? Bro. You can. Huh. Interesting. That's neat. Because it's smart enough to only do the top one, too. Let me grab... It's this redstone quartz, right? Yeah. In hindsight, I don't think I actually have quartz in any large amount, yeah, because it was just from crushed netherrack. I'd like to save that for, save this particularly for Blackstone. probably just go into the nether with the hammer and then just get to hammering. Just immediately acquire full inventories because I mine 128 blocks, which means you get 4 stacks per like full vein mine hammer. Because you get twice as much as the drops. Yeah, that'd be fine. Um. Anyways, I'll deal with the flukes in just a second. Let's get the frames on every room real quick before I don't get around to it. I do want to get to non-building stuff soon because building takes a long time, and I want to make a little bit more progress today. Should have also made another wand. Go. How tall should these rooms be? I think maybe 9 blocks tall. That'll leave them smaller than the like total building by a little bit, but not like substantially smaller. Just slightly smaller rooms. Still plenty of room inside the room to mess with. Not sure what I want to do for the roof. That is still in mental contention for how that should be set up. Especially knowing that some of the things I need, like for the room that has power in it in some way is going to need solar access. Unless I decide to put it like on the roof. I could have all the roofs glass. I could do little bubble domes on every single one. I don't know if I feel like building that many domes though. Let's search build. Okay, that's just for building things like that. Um, could use a shape builder. The real issue though is building a dome on top of a square is a menace. As I determined the other time. Trying to think if you do like a half sphere that connects to the side of the building or something, how that would look. Like a glass, half sphere, just curves directly over to it, being the idea, and it merges into the main building. And then keep the sphere for just the just the center. It gets a sphere for where the Draconic Orb will go above the ME. What's this guy take? He takes his crystallized amber. Magma bucket. Can you cool that? Okay, that's curious if you could. Hmm. Do like a magma bucket or something. And then get that, make the crystallized amber. Use a shape card and then observe the shapes and see if I could do anything like that. Not sure. Not sure. Something to be fooled around with though. Definitely all possibilities. For now, I suppose these rooms will be left pretty bare bones. Probably just open as as is. 2 block high walls, and I think I'll figure out the other stuff later. Maybe that's something I work on offline. Maybe that's something I don't spend stream time on. You know, I just mess around with some simple building stuff and things. Chill, talk to my girlfriend or something while I build. That might be a recording endeavor. There we go. I think he's got 2 layers though. We've got our situation here assigned. Let's get all of the controllers we'll need to build the Giga controller. So we need 67 more. Can never escape that number. So we'll take our hammer, hop on into the nether real quick. I'll actually just, but I get 18 of that. What's my drop rate for quartz? 35% of my netherrack will convert to quartz. So that's that's good enough then. I was just making sure it was worth having that in my inventory over a full stack of the netherrack. I was like, where's it at? I was like, there should definitely be some dropped on the floor here. Come through the nether portal with me. Ah, perfect. Save all of this. Everything will just sit underneath me. Just get a very large amount of quartz and such. Unfortunately, a lot of these items apparently aren't in the chest, I guess. So they're causing a little lag with the magnet. I guess everything but quartz is definitely in that chest. Perfect. About 700 nether quartz, that's good. Grab 3 stacks of this. Get some. Okay, maybe just 2 stacks worth then. We'll do 3. Like, the redstone's not difficult. We'll leave a stack in there. We'll take another stack out of this one. 3 stacks of charged. That's funny. I'm at 7. Without affecting the hover on my jetpack. Bruh. I was like, why didn't that work? Duh, because I told it block with nothing in the filter, so I thought I lost him. Wait, I think I did lose some. Oh no, I just picked up half the ingredients because I was worried about those ones falling. Like, huh? Yeah, I'd set it to block nothing, so of course it didn't work. Go. Set this guy back to match storage components. Alright, it's a good amount of fluids here. ME controller, we need 67 of these. Skystone blocks. We should have a bunch of Skystone dust in here. I'm summoning it with my mind that it's in here somewhere and I'm just missing it. There it is. I am indeed just missing it. Pretty sure you just smelt this into blocks. I think you just smelt it twice is what you do. Don't worry. Got a very efficient setup going on over here. Yeah, smelt this twice. Get all these guys into block upgrades. Get our other controllers up, and then we can look about changing our controller. Picking up and moving our whole system over. I figured the hallway's big enough, I can probably have some of my basic things in the, like, in these main rooms. So I was curious, is the assembler matrix, it's what, like a 7x7, right? That's not what I wanted to click on. This guy. Yeah, edge lengths of up to 7. And I know that there's a quantum computer? And the quantum computer is also a 7x7. The difference between the assembler matrix and quantum computer. Quantum computer does every part of the recipes like these guys. It acts as crafting, storage, and coprocessors for any external recipes. So, you know, like a processing recipe that goes to my furnace. The assembly matrix is just purely like a giga molecular assembler. It only does crafting recipes. That's it. No other recipes work in it whatsoever. That is the core difference here. So if you make a quantum computer though, this guy will handle all of your external crafting threads so that you don't need any of these dudes. But he's also 7x7. How does a 7x7 fit in this corner? How many blocks is this corner? I'll count one away. 1, 2, 12, 13 all the way to the wall. Okay. But that means I could solidly put one here. Yeah, because I got 10 to the edge here, so I've got 9 blocks to work with. So I could have them a block off the wall and have like one here and then one in the opposite corner. Link them over to the AE with some cables or wireless or something. And one could be an assembler matrix and the other one could be a quantum computer. No problem. And that would give me pretty much all of my initial, like, I say initial, like, the majority of all of my crafting requirements for the rest of the pack, no doubt. Yeah, I think that works. I could also, like, try to put them right next to it and stuff, but I feel like that might just be a little cluttered. Especially considering I'm going to try to get, you know, cables and stuff out of at least a decent amount of these faces to manage channels. Not too bad though. We can definitely make that work. And I guess I can, like, I'll have, you know, I'll have a screen definitely just right here. It's gonna just be a completely neutral dead center. I could put a screen on the exact other side as well. Um, Something for drives I was thinking about that could be funny, just because I can, is I could have my drives like one block inset, so like this internal block on the sides, so I have just big drive walls. because you can have 8 of them connected. So I could have, like I've got a 5x5 internal here. So I can, in theory, have like 4 sets of like 2x2 drives if I wanted to. Like little 2x2 sections in like 4 little quadrants on, 2 opposing sides. And then that gives you a pretty decent drive setup to work with. 32 drives of space is not bad. Because that's 320 cells. And then obviously with the ability to do whatever else with them again later. I think that's what I had for Meatball Craft, and I was like dumping everything into my system. Was 32 drives in total. I think I had 4 sets of 8. This would be 8 sets of 4 with the 2x2 idea. I think that works. Good enough for me at least, I'm pretty sure. Quick, set a day. Yeah, I feel like I've been slightly less efficient today, but I'm gonna blame building and my lack of ability to do that. You know what, actually? I could have just done this. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't. Anything you gotta keep walking over to mess with, you should just do that for. Controllers, 67, because I need 68 in total. Yeah, it's gonna craft up about 50 of these processors. There it is, 67 controllers. Placing all of the corners first, and then I'll just break the rest of the cobble out and just build the in-betweens. I don't know what I should do about power right now. Like I have the solar panels, obviously. Like that's the game plan for power production. But I'm just not sure about if I want to. I guess I could see some more redstone and then get a bunch of flux to do flux network stuff. That might be a plan. How am I off? I'm off by 3. How did that even happen? Okay, well. Oh, they weren't done? I was like, I guess I can make more. There we go. Then it's just missing our last cube as well. But yeah, we definitely want power transfer, and I don't know where I want to set up the solar panels. If they should go in a side room or something, or if like glass up part of the roof or something. I don't know. I noticed that there's like a one single block out of protection on the outside of my buildings. I think they're all like barely one chunk over. Yeah. Hmm. my magnet back on. What should I do? If I spend an okay amount of ender pearls, like there's always this option where I can charge specific blocks up to 16 away. Flux networks is always so convenient though. The issue is my ender pearl situation is not super great for Flux networks either. I lack a mob farm. Hmm. There's a lot of avenues to go right now, all at the same time to focus on different things. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to work on more specifically right now. We can take these guys off of our stuff. Okay. Let's look at mob grinding utilities. What do we need for a simple setup here? Bones, spider eyes, rotten flesh, gunpowder, some buckets of XP, and a seed. And then we also need a chicken. Um, there was that thing of the grove. Emerald Grove, yeah, it gives you 6 of all the animals. What do you even fight for this? 5 zombies, 5 spiders, necrotic. Okay. All simple melee mobs? Let's do it. Um, can't remember what it's called from Industrial Forgoing. Mob imprisonment tool. Yeah, they still need plastic. Just curious because I was thinking about it. I'm like, I will just have to murder all of these if they're just walking around. I don't really want them everywhere. Let's make the chicken feed first. Ooh, we're missing spider eye. Maybe we get lucky and get it from the mission then. Um, drain tank real fast. Oh, that's the thing. Is there an Enderman thing? Enderman gateway. Yeah. And you will get, that's what, 40, 75, God, 120. So you get 220 Enderman loot rolls for doing the Enderman gateway. He needs a little amethyst, but we have that from gravel sieving. Yeah, not much. How low of a chance is this? Jeez. 1.5%. Okay, fair enough. Never mind. Okay. So, well, that solves our. I'll make this right now so we don't use up our stuff. So that solves our Enderman issue for the stuff actually. So I disregard the other stuff as a whole. I think we can just tank these. I actually don't think we'll have an issue against the Enderman. Actually, you know what probably works really well? I bet you this setup will work Much better against ender. Oh man, all my redstone blocks. Fine. Levers. But yeah, I think this will work great against people that cannot fly. We'll just mess around with it in like one of these rooms right here, maybe. Put this in a corner. 5 blocks away. Oh, these can be one further block back. The idea is that I'll just spawn it like right here or something, and then I'll just hover above the mob masher and hopefully not accidentally wipe myself out on it. And then we'll be good. This will push the other guys that are further away, although most of them should just aggro into getting pushed into it anyways. And it'll just shred them with really high levels of looting as well. Spawn it like right here. Cool. +8 ender pearls. Like, is he gonna teleport? There we go. Perfect. 20 ender pearls. Didn't even notice that our tools dimensions were in this either. Yeah, well that works exactly as designed. That's great. Also, ender pearl stacked to 64 in this. Also, didn't notice until just now. Run back, warp in 3. There we go. Walk back forward. There's definitely a specific amount of range that they can spawn from this portal. So if you know that and make just a platform for them, you could farm any of these. Probably like 7 blocks or something. Ah, it's a flaming Enderman. Here, you guys warp over here because I'm too far away. The flaming Enderman just keeps warping away because he's on fire. Perfect. I almost lured myself right into the mob masher. Thank God it waited to rain until after that was done. That would have been horrendous. They'd have started just teleporting everywhere. Okay, well that's like 100 and some change ender pearls, which is very nice. Yeah, we can probably do a more specific thing for that later. If we had feathers for the mob masher, or like for the mob fan upgrades to be a little bit further away, I would have just done them like 3 more blocks back, put it a few more blocks back, and pushed them in the corner. If the corner was also 1 block taller, so they don't jump on the mob masher and out, easy peasy. I say it, but that already wasn't difficult. That worked really well. Okay. That puts us at 171 ender pearls now. Much better than what we were previously doing. What is our plan here? Guess we could go to the nether to get the bedrock. No bedrock on this little island, right? Oh, never mind. We do have one bedrock. I need redstone. Guns for dust. Yeah, we only got 97. Cool. Let us get a bunch of dust. Yeah, we got sand and gravel and stuff in there, but I'll just leave them all in there. And with Flux Network set up, then I think I will finally be in a position where I'm chilling enough to actually start building our automation stuff, which was the whole goal for today, actually. We just kind of haven't really gotten around to it. We need another hammer too. Gonna break some. We have a bigger area that we can do this in at least. That's nice. It's about to make so much. Oh, one of the. I was like, why do I have a piece of gravel on me? It fell on a torch, no doubt. The doubling every time does make for a pretty funny build out process. You just end up with so much. Well, I barely fit the dust itself on me. Let's put away the extra obsidian I grabbed. I did almost break my new hammer as well. For that guy. This one extra compressed sand can go in there. Then I'll put in like a row and a half of the compressed dust for now. So I have a little bit of inventory space to actually craft it down. And we will get a bunch of redstone. Turn off the magnet here. Actually, you know what? I'm just curious if the dank still works the same way that it used to. Dank 1. Give me a barrel. Alright, barrel, your lucky day. Dank 1. Dank 2. Dank 3. Emerald blocks. Code this as a recipe real quick. Put them in there. Got some more emeralds because I don't think I have enough in there. Pretty sure I only put a stack in at one point earlier. Okay. Upgrade him on up to the Dank 4. Stack limit 16,384. Nice. Dank 5. Crying obsidian and blocks of amethyst. Well, I can actually do that. This one's Dank 6. And I can't do the final one. So, change him to construction. You just shift, or you press I to do that. And now, let me set it back to bag mode. I put everything in here. Okay, that's frequency sorting. Um, Filtered pickup. Drop it all on the floor, so I don't have to click back and forth. Filtered pickup should only do things, I believe, that are already in the dank. Same way as the chest will work. The idea here is that I can just downcraft all of my dust. Make sure that it doesn't take other things. Perfect. And so like right there, you see how it shows we have 6,602. If I press I to swap it from bag to construction, I can scroll my mouse wheel, and just to the left of my of my hotbar, it says construction, 6,602 dust. Now if I hold right click on this, no, he doesn't work. No! Dang it, man. Man, this used to work. This worked with an older form of the danks for sure. Well, I think I just lost a bunch, unfortunately. Whatever. Well, on the bright side, I guess I can just drop all the dust on the floor and then do it this way instead. I'll just pick up the dust until I'm out of it. 6,000, which I'll definitely go through in less than 5 minutes. Since the chest doesn't have any dust in it, it won't pick it up. This is still definitely a quicker method. So crafting it all down and throwing it on the floor is a method to do for the hand sieving. There's so much of it, my pile does not seem to be diminishing in the slightest. Oh wait, it's losing some corners. It's less spherical now. Looks like there's only a little bit left. Maybe 10 more stacks or so. Then we gotta do all the stuff in my inventory still too. I think I do about a stack a second. I think I sieve about 2 times per second. Maybe a little bit more. That little residual's the extra 14 that it needs. Yeah, it ain't too bad. Pretty fast. And this should have just given us a ridiculous amount. I think we should be somewhere around 3,000 redstone statistically with a 50% chance here. If we had netherite meshes, it would be 75% chance, which would have been even better. Yeah, this should put us at a pretty comfortable spot here. Are we done, or do we? Yep, we are. Yeah, 3,700. We actually got a little lucky on it, I think. Not too shabby. So that definitely resolves our redstone problems. Let's grab like 2 rows. 2 rows of redstone seems pretty good to me. Grab a piece of obsidian. I'm gonna keep this little patch of grass in the center, so I'm just gonna only use this bedrock for like this initial guy, and that's it. I'll just use a flux block for everything else. Give that back. Your allow list on nothing. Nothing's allowed in there. Okay, there's like a limit then. My magnet to yoink that piece of obsidian. It's fine. I see. So the obsidian breaks if it does the maximum amount at one time, which looks like it's probably about 8 stacks. But otherwise, you get to keep it. Cool. Alright, so this is good old flux dust. What is a flux configurator? Well, that's new. Flux Networks has a quest page. Interesting. Um, no, this looks really any different. Eyes of Ender and stuff, which sometimes are annoying because you need blaze powder. Skyblock's not annoying at all. This dank, just go in there. It doesn't have much MBT data, so it's not a super huge deal. A bunch of extra blaze powder, more than I even remotely need, but I'll throw it in there. Um, let's make sure that we get a flux block. Flux cores. We'll encode all this. Flux blocks, flux cores, the controller. This one is the point. This one is the plug. So it needs Eyes of Ender. Code those. And it's also going to need a bunch of redstone. So we'll just take out a bunch more of the redstone that we received in here. Alright. And a bunch of obsidian. Forgot about that part. Sit here. Click a bunch out of this barrel. This is something that we should automate too. Set up a crucible that's just feeding into making obsidian. So we just get a big accumulation passively. But for now, that's fine. Okay. 10 points. I guess we really only, like, 5 plugs will be fine. We really only need one, but I like making a few extras anyways. let's get ourselves a controller. Okay, this is our flex controller, flex points, flex plugs. Take the flex core out too, so it'll finish everything for the mission or whatever. Oh, flex block, extra one. So I guess I've considered it. I suppose I will use this room for power. This will be our initial power bank room for the most part, I think, is to play. So this room will have a bunch of solar panels and stuff in here. Because it's probably just going to end up being our endgame power. I don't see, like, the only other power source that looks like it might be interesting enough to be good is if this crazy AE2 Penrose sphere later is, like, super awesome. You just can't see how much it actually generates. It doesn't tell you. But if this generates, like, a ton, that could be pretty cool. A very unique power source. If it doesn't, no biggie. Also, I do see their screenshot of the research unit connections. Neat, neat. Yeah. So we'll probably do power in this room, which I suppose means I'll have a flex block in here. We'll put our flux controller right next to it. Flux block is here just to make sure that if we ever need more flux, if we use it all, where we don't have to break our floor back open, you can use this in place of the bedrock. Flux controller. Okay. So for now, we're going to have only one network, but later on we will have two networks. We'll have a power in and a power out network for using the draconic energy orb. But until then, we'll just have power. And we will change this out later. Attune him to power. There we go. This will power anything in our curious slots, hotbar slots, offhand, etc. You know, like our jetpack. So now if I fly over here, it's not going to do anything because it's not hooked up to power yet, but in theory later on it would. Oh gosh. Okay, we'll use this back section for our solar panels. So let us pop on our magnet and get to breaking things. We're gonna call these for now. You know, there was something I felt like I wanted just now. Trying to think about it before I break anything else. Remove these guys fully. I can put this little guy on that. That'll be plenty. That'll keep this system online for now. No, I have my pipe wrench on me. Thought I didn't. I think I wanted more energy pipes. I think that might have been what it was. Okay, so these guys pretty simple. We could put them on the ground floor, but that's kind of annoying because the energy pipes, and you might as well just have them sit on top of the pipes. That they just look better this way. Take the dispersive upgrade out of that one because it's just kind of a waste. Yeah, we're gonna have a ridiculous amount of power. Like these will be fine. For now, we will set a flux plug. Plugs take in the power to power. We will go over here. I think, yeah, I think we're good to start trying to move stuff. So let's get some cables. Make sure our magnet is on. gonna be. It's gonna be fun. Okay, we'll do all of this first. Get our controller, all of our drives, all of these. Okay, I didn't really want to do anything here, but I'll start the little 2x2 idea I had with these guys. All of that drive, all of that drive. Let me grab one of my cables. Our cable connection to this will just be one of these inside cables. So there's no real reason it can't be like that one, arbitrarily. Which is technically a 2-point connection, which is wasteful of channel amounts, but I literally do not care. Actually, so make sure we don't overlap the block. Shift right click. Shift right click. Well, well, well. Well, I guess that doesn't block the connection anymore now, does it? Also, I do remember them saying that the curvy pipes were somehow ridiculously performant whenever people were originally talking about this mod. So I'm very curious to see it. Put our last guy there. We will give a flux point to. Oh, we'll just skip it to a top corner here. This will be fun. Power. Bypass limit. That's interesting. Set this guy to power, right? Yeah. Do these not demand power immediately? No, they definitely do. Do you require a power storage on them now in your flash networks? I don't think so. That'd be weird if you did. No, it's so it's actually what it is your power pipes are required to transfer power if you want to transfer power. Believe it or not, this is a requirement of them. There it is. Dummy. That's fine. Okay. Power's turned on. Systems online. Yeah, I kind of assumed as much. um, just curious if those had pipe variants. I just thought about it. Wait, actually, maybe. No, the issue is like you can't place them on nothing, and if you break the block that they're on, that goes with any block, right? Ooh, wait, no. Okay, hold on. In theory, ignore this for now. That's great. Get some cobblestone. So if I put this guy right here. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Don't worry, the cable has a lot of tension to hold up the crafting terminal from the magical floating ME controller block. I had to screenshot that and send that to a buddy of mine. Oh gosh. I think this is the greatest thing. Um I have pattern terminal actually in hindsight. So what if I branch? Honestly, that was not nearly as annoying to do as I thought it was going to be. Oh, there we go. Pattern pattern coding terminals online. Okay. This is cursed. This is great, but it's so cursed. I presume all of the other cables work with the stuff as well. Like, surely it's not just glass cables, right? Oh, I don't have any. I was like, man, where's my auto crafting options? I haven't set any up yet. Okay. Make sure the magnet's back on. So, I think these guys can go underneath here for now. Wow, this is substantially more enjoyable to me than I expected it to be. This is gonna be great. Oh my god, I get to make such terrible, terrible decisions. Oh, this is phenomenal. I love this. And I can just do 4 off of this guy. We'll have him dead center. If I just drop these, I'll eventually get my moleculars. What am I doing? They're going to the molecular assemblers anyways. Just put the patterns away. I'm like, no, I need the molecular assemblers like first before I can put the patterns in. That is just simply not the case. Now, I was pretty sure molecular assemblers were as per usual, where they didn't actually take a they operate off of your IME's power system, but they don't actually take a channel. Because, one pattern provider could technically have 5 molecular assemblers around it, and it would just push recipes to all of the nearby ones. So, I was quite confident in that, but I really honestly wasn't 100% sure. Oh my god, no, this is phenomenal. I love this. These curvy pipes are going to be so much better than I ever anticipated them to be. I'm going to have so much fun. Um, okay, let's get the rest of our stuff going. We'll set all of these guys up in a line for now as well. Actually, we'll do 4 on this side. Actually, 3 on both sides. Get the inscribers. 3, 1, 2, and then we'll put our furnace down on one of these as well. Furnace is gonna have to try to make sure I only put in the things that are multiple here. And silicon. That looks good. Okay. This guy gets logic press, and so he gets logic circuit. This guy will get engineering press, so he will get engineering circuit. This guy will get calculation, press, and circuit. This guy will get silicon, press, and circuit. And then this guy will get the processors and flux dust. 5 upgrades in each of them, or 4 I mean. Okay, and then we need to get our furnace. It's funny, it had a bunch of like accumulated XP in it. Grab this guy. Get his own little flex point for now. Put in the upgrades. Oh, set him to power. Perfect. And then reset all, auto output on, output input bottom. Don't want to forget that part. These guys, automation access mode is all good. Auto export on all of them. I don't know if that's actually needed or not, but I think so. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think these will auto retrieve effectively. Okay, and that gives us our 3 little crafting storages. We've got all of our main stuff back again. It's contained underneath the EMU system. We got beautiful curvy pipes to just have fun with here. You can craft flex points back in to remove their data so you don't get weird stuff. Oh, compressed sand into glass. There we go. Throw that in there. Okay. This is great. Do this, grab this solar panel as well. Making sure I didn't put upgrades in these guys. We'll just store these away in the system. Grab our atomic reconstructor. Stop flying for a second so we can get it quicker. Okay. Our 3 emerald furnaces can just kind of go in the system for now. We'll leave this crafting table here. This is our little beginnings. These things are all gonna have to get moved over. 1400 matter balls. I feel like that's pretty good. I don't remember how many we'll actually need. Yeah, these 5s can just go in the system. That'll be half of a craft for our next set of 6s. Might as well just only use the best ones that we have. What is a flux configurator? I'm clicking network selection. Okay, the flux configurator is wonky. It's like trying to be like a handheld controller, but it just doesn't work that great, so it's fine. Doesn't matter to me. I never used anything of that before anyway, so let's claim all of our quests, give us a bunch of XP, got some more coins, the Woot guidebook, some extra flux network stuff, Lexica Botana, there's something else later. Okay, alright, so we have power. We've got our system moved over. Let's fix that wall. Perfect. Just a couple of torches around just to light that up a little bit more. Get some of these doorways too. Okay, we've determined we'll use this room for power and power related things. This room was our temporary kill chamber. We can leave him kill chambering for now. Just because I feel like messing with... Actually, I'll make something more specific to this at some point maybe. If I decide to continue using the, like those portals and stuff. Which I probably will. Those are super useful. Portals to Eternity or whatever. So put all that away. Okay, so we need to get these guys a home somewhere. And we also need to set up ways to get them like into the system rather than just stuck in here. Like, you know, these guys have stopped on... Oh, actually, not quite. They didn't stop on wood production. They had enough, thankfully. Put the rest of this out. Forgot about the, I even said the same thing earlier, and then came to the same realization earlier, too. About them having the additional, inventory space. Put all this up in the system. Yeah, 3,000 oak logs. Doing pretty good on wood now. That was definitely worth setting up. Let us grab all of these guys. Grab these drawers too. Um, I wanted like 1,000 of these. Okay, let me click one of these. Speed cores. 3,000 matter balls for 1,000 of these. So yeah, it's only 3 to 1. But you don't even need remotely 1,000. So I think our acquisition of this 1.4K is probably actually enough already. Put that in the system for now. Because we kind of want to move all this stuff over to a new home. This charger can be picked up. I don't even know if we'll get around to using it. We might not even ever need a charger. I might just get the reaction chamber before we need one for anything. All of this can, I suppose, stay for now. That's something. Let's make some porcelain clay. Okay, we had 19. I guess we just didn't have that much bone meal in there. Let us make it into some crucibles first. Just two. Turn auto split on. It's always a nice feature on that guy. Okay. These slime balls we got 14. Perfect. Actually, we'll instead of using up our slime balls on that, we'll just go in here. I know for a fact there's magma blocks close. I remember seeing them. Also, it does indeed maintain our energy on our jetpack. Fantastic. Exactly as designed. How do I get out of here? There's like two. Oh, there's a whole batch right there. I was like, I know for a fact I saw magma blocks in here and even considered grabbing them, and I just kind of didn't. There we go. Couple stacks. Let's go back home. Beautiful. Okay, plenty for our stuff. Because I want to set up a stone barrel automation. So you can kind of move all of this into like one general room for all of our starter-esque things. Definitely get more of these crucibles too. Um, that was something I wanted to do, was set up getting some kind of wireless for the AE2. I'm just curious now. Okay, that's just a component. Why that's from extended. All right, now we're observing this. Okay, so this is just a quantum ring transceiver. Oh, that's also multi-capable to different sections. That's pretty good. Okay, okay. Where are the wireless just connectors? These just normal? Okay, so the normal ones are one-to-one, so they're normal connectors. But you need the wireless hub for connecting multiple groups? Oh, it's got ports to it. Okay. Click back on the wireless connector again. Make sure there's nothing weird. Energy cards reduce the. You guys might not be able to see it. No, you can. Energy cards reduce the power cost by 10%. And energy cards, you can put in 4 into a wireless connector. So, reduce their cost by 40%. They're exponentially scaling power draws. So, usually you don't want your distance to be too far. But, that should still be pretty reasonable. How expensive are these? Because these are more like what I'm looking for. Let's do connector, receiver, Fluix pearls. These are all just crafting patterns. Put them all in. Does this have like a linker? Wireless setup kit, yes. Perfect. Wireless connectors. Can I make 10? Skystone dust, iron ingots, and wool. Make 10 wool just by hand for now. I don't want to use up too much of my stuff. Actually, we're gonna make 4 more just because I wanted to test something real fast. He's junky. Well, well, well. I'm sorry in advance. We are gonna do horrendous things with these. God, it's gonna be so beautiful. Mm, gosh, that's gonna be great. Okay. We needed iron and skystone. Iron, I'm pretty sure we have plenty more. Yeah, we have a bunch of chunks still that we can break down. I didn't mean to do that. Cool. So all this just feed some iron back into the system since we are quite crippled. Dude, the Kirby pipes, I'm finding substantially more amusement than I should be from it. It's great. I'll make 10 of these. Oh, we needed the skystone dust. Meant to grab a good bit of it. I thought we put some in there earlier, but I guess I'd smelted all of it. There we go. Craft 10. Just gotta make some of the engineering circuits and stuff. Looks like all of our circuits and things are crafting just fine. Perfect. That's some good old wireless connectors. This is probably actually section in applied logistics, right? Oh, like wireless access point and everything. What is the nether star, some netherite, a few boosters. What does one booster do? Okay, it doesn't really show. Make ourselves a little wireless access point. So if I teach it how to make the energy cell and the dense energy cell, I should be able to encode this guy. No, I should actually encode the guy as well. Wireless crafting terminal. Shouldn't take too long. It's gonna take a bit because it's got to do all the fluix dust individually or whatever. That's fine. And then we can also encode booster. So substitution's allowed for one. Using substitutions, sure. And then pearl dust. Okay, let's look for this one that'll be in the inscriber as a recipe. Should forget which one of these is which. This one. We'll put in our integral dust. I know that we can use the sag mill for the extra stuff. I'm not too worried about that right now, even though I was the one who set it myself earlier. The one issue with these is that you can't like place blocks off of them conveniently. Boosters. Terminal. Really? It wants just a wireless terminal. That's stupid. What kind of psychopath doesn't make the crafting terminal? I thought I'd put the illuminated panels in. I'm very surprised I didn't. Once again, we'll have to wait. Kind of a waste this way, but whatever. I guess while we're doing that, we can offhand this guy. Hold right click here. Branch it. For a little wireless. Ta-da! Perfect. Turned them on. Take our wireless terminal out so that we finish our quest. I guess I'll just leave him in there. If something happens to my crafting terminal, I suppose. He's got a range of 16. Let's make it like 10. It's crafting the fluix dust and the enderpearl dust real quick. Perfect. How many does this increase the range up to? 47 blocks for 45 arithmetic. That ain't bad. That's not crazy range, but that's a decent portion of the base. Actually, can I just make 10 more? I guess I can. Make up 10 more here, and then that'll give us like, I would presume like 70 blocks of range? Oh, 105. Okay, so these scale slightly better than expected. 118 arithmetic, but that's manageable with our 16,000 in our system. We get, how much does our system actually use? 635, just for existing. I guess that makes sense. Because this guy uses 100. We've got all the blocks. We've got full crafting setups too. All the pattern guys. Just the big controller alone usually takes a decent bit of power. I think you can actually scroll everything. Yeah, 408 of it is from the controllers. But yeah, that's not too bad. Especially whenever we acquire more solar panels along that line. Okay, well, this is wireless crafting available now. Let's try to put that on C. Throw him in here. Okay. Tool config, configure installed module, get those out. Zoom, remove that. Did I not just set zoom to nothing? Oh, I see. There's two zooms. There we go. Now, as long as we're within about 100 blocks of the base, we can just pop open our stuff with C. Very nice. Sort it by everything, number of items, descending order. Just because I like to see the stuff I have the most of first in my system. We have wireless connectors now available. What we need actually is interfaces. Which actually will clear that. What we should really do is encode these. Gonna need a lot of interfaces. I love using them. I think they're one of the most fun ways to do automation is using interfaces with sub-automation stuff. Because I think it's just very efficient methods. Because you're... Actually, I want to encode extended interfaces in hindsight. Just because having the ones with the additional blocks or whatever. Because these guys... Yeah, they've got 2 rows instead. Much nicer. Throw this in. But yeah, having things like this are very nice because you can just have that guy now, the extended one can provide 18 different items to an area for one channel only, and I can deal with the item transport externally using like any kind of pipe system, especially with curvy pipes. I'm actually not sure how the config and editing and stuff on the curvy pipes works, so I'm very curious to mess with them. But I suppose we should set some of these up. That one's stone. Like the worst fluid one's a bucket a tick. That's pretty good. Small energy pipe, which is 100,000. I wonder if this is per connection. Okay, so it is per pipe instead of per connection. So like this one that transfers 100,000 arithmetic is the whole pipe at any point can only transfer. However, if you have a small connected to a medium, you could have 10 small energy pipes connecting to one like major medium energy pipe, and the medium will transfer the full 1 million, but every independent small one would only transfer 100,000 off of it. So they scale independently and will form genuine bottlenecks or like convergences, which is an extremely neat capability. I'm impressed. And then, the huge ones like aren't even that bad. Like I guess the thing is per block this is moderately expensive cuz like you need 4 redstone per block of stuff here versus actually hold on. Let me check pipes. Like normal energy pipes. You get 16. Yeah, this is definitely more efficient. Because this is 19 redstone, so it's just over 1 redstone per block of transfer. However, the upgrades for these also take redstone, so it takes 5. Then this one takes 36, and you got to craft it up from the lower tiers. So it takes 41 redstone for one connection to be upgraded. But on the offhand of that, it is you only need your extractors upgraded, and everything else can be normal. So there's always the trade-off. But yeah, I don't think they're too expensive to be prohibitive in any way, and they might be fun. 10 items a tick is pretty good. 100 items a tick is pretty exceptional. Like, what is what's the advanced upgrade do for this guy? I'll just put a drawer down to check. 32 items every 5 ticks. It's not even close. So this is what, like 6 items a tick or so, just about. So that gets swamped out by the small pipe with no like specialty stuff. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I guess. Okay, it's gotta know how to make gold nuggets. Surprised I never encoded that. I thought I needed them for something else earlier. Maybe I crafted them. Let's make like 100. Make sure my magnet's on. Let us grab. Oh, actually, we need some fluid pipes. Let me grab a bit of this lapis out of here. God, it's so funny how such simple things can happen. Like such simple mods. Well, I say simple. I have no idea the back end complexity of this, but the overarching idea of this mod is not extremely complex to think about or to like manage mentally. And yet this is going to be one of my most enjoyed mods ever. Fucking it's only losing to very high quality of life ones like AE2 and Vein Miner. Vein Miner's pretty good. It's kind of hard to beat out Vein Miner for me. Gotta get these guys. Our inventory space is plenty. Grab our 1k. Let's take these guys as is. They hold their inventory, thankfully. I know that we have a full drawer of cobble, but I'll just go. I forgot already that I have my wireless. It's one of those things. I'll forget it for the next like hour of gameplay if I get used to it. Good morning, Fanbjörg. Just had a 3 a.m. wake up. Nice. You you want to see what I've been working on? So we've started building, and um, got a got a nice little sub building here. This is gonna get polished up at some point. I just wanted to get moving on to like other normal stuff again. So we got this building, and yeah, curvy pipes. I love these. These are such a fun concept to me. I've been having a great time. Got our little auto crafting setup moved over. Just condensed underneath our controller for now. Drives are chilling here. We made a jetpack. We've made. There is perfection in this simplicity. Yeah, like this would look better if I played with like shaders on and stuff. Like even this design would like look my base would look better, but I wanted something not too complex, but also not just like cobblestone. I found my middle ground of simplicity to allow me to build in a place that doesn't look like complete horrendous garbage. And I do plan on making it nicer. I plan on doing something cool for the roof. And I'm gonna put the draconic energy orb above this and then do like a spherical cover top similar to my power setup on Meatball. And so I'll have the orb above my ME system being like the center to the room. If I find other blocks that look cooler than this at some point, I can always change them out as well. But yeah, we upgraded our solar panels, so we've got some solar panel level 6s, so we're at about 16,000 RF a tick in generation going on. Flush networks, so we have some wireless power. Just the basic auto crafting stuff. I plan on putting the assembler matrix from AE2 over here and the quantum computer over here to deal with all of my other auto crafting requirements. We just got a wireless terminal, set them up here, just off the receiver. We've been using these curvy pipes for fun. I think they're gonna be phenomenal for moving channels and stuff, cause like being able to have multiple of these things in one block space allows you to really utilize the edges of every controller, and I think it'll be a fun way to mess with getting more sides off of our controllers without having to deal with P2P spam. That's kind of the idea, at least. So we will see. These plus a bunch of like wireless controllers and stuff might be the future. Or wireless connectors, I mean. Yeah, what we were about to mess with is finally setting up some of our like initial little setups over here in the corner. I need this guy too. I got it in my inventory, it's too much. Can I drop any of this? Buy obsidian. Buy this. Get rid of the normal pipes on me. I don't think I'll be needing those. We'll see. Okay, so we'll set up our basic system maybe on this side. Couple here, couple gen. Gonna want some more magma blocks. I'll need them. Gonna need a water bucket for sure. Okay, we'll put our jumbo tank there. So what if we just, interesting. So that's how you do like the nodes system. Oh, and you can break the pipes themselves individually as well. Okay. 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 Just trying to figure out how these work because I have not messed with them before. Interesting. Okay, so control lets me go there. Alright, so if I look at these, if I hold this, I can. Okay, I can delete the branch there. Branch from this node. Alright, perfect. Then I can set a branch here. Branch from that node. Pull it here. Nope, we are too close to it. So I guess this is considered a joint maybe because it's directly overlapped. Okay. So we'll delete this branch then. We'll put that there. This should be further from the joint. Perfect, works. Okay. Then the idea, extract, extract. I assume the extraction intervals are inticks. Yeah, that's what it says. If I read, it tells me. So these guys will all extract their lava just fine. Haha! Oh my gosh, it works perfectly. I I love this so much. Okay, so we'll put 2 more here. Magma blocks, and we're putting them in the corner so that I can do this without it being too much of a hassle. I'm curious. They like squeeze. they can. They can indeed squeeze in completely underneath. So like, let's say a pipe's there. Okay, they can go through water just fine. Alright, good to know. That's what I wanted to figure out. That solved my answer immediately. These guys will do a bucket of ticks, so that's plenty. Um, Let me get another chest, convert it into a drawer. I wonder if there's a keybind just to crawl. No, of course not. Let me get some planks. I'll make a trapdoor real fast. If I had a shrinking tool or something, I could use that too, but extract. Oh, actually, extract on this one. Passive on this one. And then actually, I will do every half second it'll try to extract the obsidian from this guy. That should be fun. We'll actually leave this up here real quick because actually maybe we'll do it like this. Break a few of my wall blocks real quick. Extract, extract. Do every half. Do you as well every half. How can I get him to squish down enough? Okay. All right. Let's test this again. So what if we click? We do it like this. Okay, so that's still considered a node inside of a joint. All right. This idea may not be possible then. Thinking we may just have an easier time here. Yeah, let's do it like this. Ah. Okay, these guys are both set to extract. We'll set their interval to 10. I think they're a little wonky to use sometimes, but I think this is mostly just user error for lack of using something like this before. Okay, these guys are all filling with cobble just fine now too. Replace these. Perfect. Now we have an independent automated obsidian supply. So these two crucibles will give us obsidian, and these 5 work on just a general lava supply as a whole. So we're not quite locked in. This is great. These guys can do a bucket of tick, so they absolutely swamp any possible necessity for any of these. And 10 cobblestone a tick outdoes all of their active requirements as well. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Do we need though is a little setup for the I guess those guys can't be in any blocks, so we'll just set this right here. We'll just have everything kind of nearby. Start using this corner first. And this dude, matter balls, should be nice and easy. Extract. There we go. And once a second, that'll extract the matter balls, which is substantially quicker than it needs to be. I guess it could be actually once every like 5 seconds. Should be fun. I'll extract those. Uh, so I'm thinking I don't really want any of these to like. I could stop these from feeding into the system directly and just link them. You know, use an external. It's called an external storage. There, it's a storage bus for E2. I've had to use refined storage for some other stuff too. Some other mods I've been playing. Yeah, so we could just get a storage bus, and you can tell it to only be extract. Yeah. So we could set it to, extract only storage buses and link this to a storage controller. Yeah. I think a storage bus for the stuff that we're gonna do over here, because the linking from functional storage is pretty far. Storage linker, functional storage. I don't remember how many blocks it could link. I'm observing the internet. I'm pretty sure the range is decent. I think it's even upgradable. I'm not like 100% sure on this, but I'm pretty sure. So what we can do is we'll put down our little plant pots, stone seeds, other seeds. I had saplings. I was like, what did I have in these? That's my alarm. That sapling in here, sapling in there. I was originally gonna use an interface to pipe things in, but I think a storage bus will work just fine. Drawer controller's not stupid, right? No. Okay. It's actually, I think I will use a lot of drawers. We'll set this to oak drawer 1x1s. Then this guy will change to the ability to make an oak drawer 1x1. And I think we already have it. We do not have it taught how to make a chest. Perfect. Oh man, our crafting stuff is getting a little filled up. It's fine. We got a couple more spots here that we could do on both sides. Add 2 more molecular assemblers for now until we get to our assembler matrix stuff. That's okay. Storage controller. Oh, comparator. This guy recipe as well. Before it asks, a redstone torch too. There we go. Get a storage controller. Make a linking tool real quick too. Didn't mean to bookmark that. Okay, let's say we put this guy in like the center-ish. Okay, so he's got range upgrades in there. Okay. Range isn't crazy. However, let me grab this guy. Copper block. Grab a bunch of this copper real fast to smelt it up. And then I should be able to just order upgrades. Pretty sure if I add an upgrade to it, it increases the range. I think they tell you. Increases controller radius by 2 blocks, yeah. 4 blocks, 6 blocks, up to 8 blocks. Oh, or this one. The max upgrade, which takes an Infinity one. 536 million blocks. That one might be a little high. I think I only need 2 upgrades. I think 1 upgrade even might have been enough. It doesn't technically get the things on this back wall, so I'll just run 2. Easy. This controller range is now everything, so we will link to this one, this one. Boop, 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 boop. Very nice. And then I can use drawer setups on all of this stuff, link it all to the controller, and then we will just storage bus this controller from probably like a wireless access point, and we can also just extract directly from the controller with a filtered extract for like into an interface if we have things we actually want to depot into the system here and we don't want to like cap them on whatever the drawer amounts are. That is good. That's good. I guess actually let me make just 4 more of these immediately. Actually, 5. So we'll throw on our cobblestone as well. Just kick all these things up a decent amount. This will let our wood store up to 4K in each. That's like 8,000 logs additional. That'll just sit. They won't clog our system too much. Bunch of the nether stuff, stone stuff. Ton of the matter balls, 16K of them. We'd already had one on that though. Yes, this is very nice. Okay. I'm curious. Alright. Well, actually, there's a couple more things I want to do. Storage bus. Encode you. Encode you. Perfect. Got a storage bus. We got an interface. Um, got our wireless stuff and a wireless setup kit. Let us grab some cables. Use some cobble real quick as well. We'll put our first wireless guy right there. Actually, we'll just share this side. No, we won't. Yeah, we'll share the side. We won't share the cable. We'll share the side. Because the side will have 32, which is just more than this is going to use. Take the guy out of the offhand. I guess I'll put it right next to it. We'll see what the damage on this is. Click that guy. Right click that guy. 160 RF attack. AE attack is exactly half of RF. That's a little high, but not high enough to be a big deal. So we will do it like this. This guy is going to be extract only. It'll see everything in here. It's funny. Just had to curve him a little bit more. There we go. All good. Everything's connected now. Perfect. Now, in theory, we see 3,000 logs. Actually, matter balls might be an easier one. 1595. This will finish in 2, 1. It's extracted. 1596. Perfect. Okay. So it does indeed see everything just fine in the storage bus to our controller here. We have the interface here for, we can just pull out of the front of the controller with a filtered pipe of any kind. For anything we actually want to dump into the ME system. But otherwise, for now, this will be fine. Actually, you know what? I think I actually want a fluid drawer. Because I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Yeah. Because if we use a fluid drawer here, now our system, oh, it doesn't see it as lava. Oh wait, duh, because we haven't connected it yet. Duh, duh, duh. Alright. Aha! Now the system has access to the lava directly from the drawer. So anything that needs a lava, and also we can just left click this, it'll automatically use a bucket to make a bucket out of it. But we can use fluid directly in a recipe instead of a lava bucket. This just gives us nice access in our system. What are the copper upgrades? Okay, they get made up into the golds that way. I see. Give me like 2 of these? How many does 2 upgrades increase this to? 512 buckets. One more upgrade. And there we go. Now this is better than the jumbo tank. 2,000 buckets in this little drawer. And they're all accessible from the system directly. Okay. So we've got... This guy probably wants one too. I have no idea how much we got. 200 copper left. Oh, actually, these only take about 20 copper each. Never mind. They're not as bad. I felt like for some reason they were way more expensive than that. That's not terrible. We got our stuff going. Everything is now in a chill position. We got everything else reset up that we originally had. And some more with obsidian. We got lava linked into the system, so we can use that anywhere that we need lava. Very nice. Very, very nice, actually. Oh, nice. So it's like pleasant. You know, there's... What's it called? factors of math, I guess. I'm not sure what I was looking for. There was a word though. We got some stuff there that'll be chillin' for any further use. Go out this. Okay. So, with all of that, I guess we could do our receiving setup over here too. Um, what I want to actually do first though is we need to add some more molecular assemblers. We won't have this stuff right now to make our better crafting thing, so we'll make 2 more of these and take 2 more of our extended pattern providers out. And we'll also grab, these hold what, 5 each? 10 more acceleration cards. Full and full. Perfect. Everything's online. Nice. Okay. Dang it. What was I gonna say? It was something I needed a crafting recipe for. Or that I just wanted one for, I'm not sure. Was it related to sieving? I can't remember. It was, cobble gens. Oh, actually, okay. So let's make an aqueous accumulator. And we're gonna do the same thing with the aqueous accumulator to give it give our system water access. Perfect. Fluid drawer. Make me 1 more bucket. Grab him out of here too. So I assume this guy works as per usual. Well, actually, put him over here for fun. Get some cobble out to give him just a little blocker. I'm only doing so much of a blocker area just to make sure. Okay, does it just need the 2 nearby sources? Alright. Yeah, that feels pretty quick, and that's only 2 sources nearby. That'll be plenty because we're gonna store the extra water. Okay. So with that said, we'll just do these 2. Cool. Fluid drawer, craft. A few more copper upgrades. Got my linking tool, which is still linked to that controller specifically. And fluid pipe. Put a block above this. I don't want this barrel getting full of nonsense with the water. Because sometimes it happens. It happened one time whenever I had the other one. It's unlikely with the ticker, like with these now, like full filling it and stuff, but it's non-zero possibility, and I don't want it to happen. So I think it only makes 4 a second. So I think actually leaving it on a 20-second interval or a 20-tick interval. Let's do eating. Perfect. Now like it barely stops. Perfect, perfect. Link this guy in. Now we have water and lava. Huge. Okay. That's really nice because getting the additional sources and stuff, to like just being able to use water anywhere and such will be extremely convenient. I don't actually remember if you need. Yeah, it's a fluid PTP. Yeah, it's just so it just works the same way as normal PTPs do. I can't remember if a storage bus can do fluids. Actually, what am I talking about? It'd be an interface that I'd want. Can interfaces do fluids? What's this? A chemical mastery card? Hold on, observing. I know that this is outside of my pay grade substantially. Okay, so this is just network EMC. They've just made another mod for it, which, fair enough. Let me just look at the normal interface. Can it do fluids? Oh, perfect, yes. Okay, so there used to be a difference, but I forgot that 1.20 AE2, potentially a slightly earlier version, but later than 1.12, could have been like 1.16 point, whatever. But I forgot that they combined the interfaces to just be both fluid and items. I was just double checking. Because you used to, like, older packs, like 1.12 AE2, has add-ons and stuff that people have made specifically for fluid capable interfaces. So, yes, this is nice. Okay. Love to see that. So yeah, so I'll be able to use interfaces anywhere to just, provide water or lava connected to my system. Perfect. Exactly as I intended. I guess actually, since this is a fairly constant rate, I can add one more bucket of water here. And then see. No. He does not seem to increase any. What are the augments in thermal right now? Like, I wonder if I can do like a resonant augment or something, or do any of the integral augments to it to make it generate water quicker. Yeah, these will be in var, so it needs a slight thing for that. Nickel and a fire charge. Well, I could actually do that real quick without having to mess around too much. This. Gonna smelt some nickel back down. Then let's look at Invar. The nickel just chilling in there. There we go. Alright. Take a little bit of Invar. Put my inventory too. I figured it was going to be a quest. Gold gear. Couple of hardened integral components. Oh, it can. So it just produces twice as much because it fills its buffer in about the same time period. And since the pipe handles 10 per tick fluid, or 1 bucket a tick, my bad, it can do 20 buckets a second. So it just transfers all 8 instantly. Very nice. Okay, good to know. So we can indeed do upgrades to the aqueous accumulator. Nice. I did notice at one point that whenever I saw reviews on this, people were like, why did you nerf the aqueous accumulator so much? So I went and observed some of the older recipes. They had this thing like decimated gated wise. It was like all the modium stuff was needed. I think you need unobtainium gears, which is just I'm using for water. Yeah, so I'm happy that they made the design decision to change back to this. There we go. So we have water automated, we have lava automated into our system. Both of them working quite nicely. That'll let us take them out anywhere else, and we can do what we were originally going to do, which was set up a recipe for cobblegens. So if we set this up, use fluid instead of items. If you leave fluid substitution on, it shows these two in green. That means that they are fluid substitutable because they just expect a bucket of a fluid. And so AE just tells it, hey, I've got the bucket of the fluid, and then it doesn't actually use a bucket. Yeah, so you just make sure your fluid substitution is on, at least if you want it to do this. If you don't want it to do that, make sure it's off. If you don't want it to pull from your system and you want it to do something else instead. Add a glowstone in there. Make just another batch of these guys. Okay. Gold. And diamond. These all have fluid substitutes. Drop all 5 in there. So let me just make a diamond cobblegen real quick. There you go. See, it'll just use straight up 5 buckets of each. Done. And there we go. Now we have 20 cobble a second. I think it's roughly 1 cobble a tick for the tier 5 cobblegen. Just on demand, wherever I want them. Very convenient. Well, actually, maybe just because I have a space right here, grab an item pipe. Let's grab a stack of them. Cool. And it once a second it'll tick, which is it's plenty. Because these manage 10 items a tick, so if it ticks 1 time a second, it'll take up to 200 items. So it'll just keep this guy filled, and that'll just double the speed of our matter ball production. I just know that there's a lot of things that take them later as well. So getting this guy stacked up is always convenient. Okay. Grab another cobblegen for the other initial purpose. Done instantly. Beautiful. Mechanical. Sieves in this. Let's get 100 of the small energy pipe, because we might as well. Because I think I'll use them for these, because 100,000 a tick is absolutely plenty. Get a flex point. Actually, we want a furnace as well. We'll upgrade one of these guys to the obsidian tier. Little speed augment. Like, surely I've gotten a little bit more sugarcane in here. I did indeed. And we also want a factory augment, so it uses power. We're gonna want, we don't even need two, we just want one chest. Upgrade him to iron, gold, diamond. Just observing how expensive this is. Could be worse. It's only a billion EMC. So if you get two of them, you're chilling. Because I think these are much easier to get to than the transmutation table were. Man, my neck's so stiff the last few days. Okay. Anyways, get cobble gen. We've got our mechanical hammers and stuff here. Let us get a compacting drawer. Teach him as a recipe. Because I feel like that may also be quite useful later. Good old compacting drawer. Okay, so in theory, we put this guy down, compacting drawer immediately. Oh, I think it needs something to start with, yeah, to set the tier. Okay, compressed cobblestone, double compressed cobblestone, whatever. This guy can go into we'll send it into a few mechanical hammers, which will go into a few mechanical hammers. We're going to a few mechanical hammers. However, these will also go. Because I think these things inherently, based on their distribution here too, I'm pretty sure they inherently round robin. I see. Well, that might be useful. I might be able to take things out that are like specifically ore and stuff. Noted. Okay, I think I just put it too low. Let's take it from the center. Compressium, cobblestone 1. Perfect. So these guys are gonna spit out compressed gravel. Let's get another compacting drawer. Let's get a few more. And the idea will be should effectively round robin. So extract, extract, extract. And all four of these are passive. this guy will get compressed gravel and should be able to spit out normal gravel to a set of sieves. We'll do the same thing here. This guy is going to get compressed sand. This guy is going to get compressed dust. Sand into sieves, dust into sieves. In theory. Tract. 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 There you go. This guy will come out. Perfect. Press sand. Grab a compressed cobble real quick. So give me one compressed gravel. Compressed sand. Compressed dust. Okay. Dust. Sand. That's something I didn't think about actually. We should lock all the drawers. Configuration tool. Like what's? I guess these ones don't really need to be locked. This one can be locked. This one can be locked. Definitely like the fluids that they shouldn't matter, but we'll lock them anyways. Lock this guy which has dust, which is proper. This guy which has sand. And this guy's gonna get compressed gravel. Okay. This guy's gonna get normal gravel. Lock him too. That'll stop any of these from getting weird. Oh, perfect. We can do it from JEI too. Beautiful. I was really curious if we could or not. This one needs to be set to extract. Dust. Extract. Very nice. Man, and so I'll be able to with this like I assume reg stands for regulate. This reg I could set it for I don't know. Let's think of an like I needed 12 of something in a block or in a chest or something. I didn't want to put any more than that. I could probably just put that in the filter on passive and it would work perfectly fine. Phenomenal mod. big fan. Big fan. Okay. connected to power in some way now. Individual blocks have their power cables on them. We're making connection points in the center of all of these. Which string do we have? Diamond mesh. Do I have enough to make 9 of these? Oh, nice, we do. I do like that you can stand on them, just does wonky things to your screen. Okay, these guys will all be power managed now. Alright, now these all need to go to an output source. Or, yeah, they all need to go to a chest. Use this diamond chest. Get a sophisticated compacting upgrade. Actually, oh yeah, they took another stars. I was like, can we do an entangled block and link to the interface from there? If we killed the wither, yes. Since we have not, no. Okay. Compacting upgrade. Make an advanced one. Will allow specific things. Okay. We need some more small item pipes. Okay. Then we'll set extract, 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 extract. We also need to make sure that these lower ones are not on extract. Yeah, those are all on passive. Cool. And I also want to make sure I did set all of these, right? No, we forgot this. Okay. We have an extra little guy here on accident, but I don't think that'll be that big of a deal. I'll put him on a 1200 frequency interval. So he'll add effectively nothing to the actual burden here. That guy's on passive. This guy's on his filtered extract. Okay. And then these, all 6 of these are on extract. Sweet. So we're just looking to get this one. Extract, extract, and extract. These guys are both on to passive. Okay. This power one needs to be, we'll leave that notch there. We'll put the point on top of this guy. Give him these. We'll have him input from the right side, output to the left. Auto split on. No auto output or input, doesn't need them. This guy, we will do the sieves, set up all of the compression stuff, and then we'll figure out exactly what needs to go to this, and everything that doesn't. How can I keep him slimmer? He's a little wobbly, and he sets me a singular block, like a partial block off the floor. That's fine. We'll set him to extract as well, and this will be our direct extract. And then this guy actually will also be set to extract. Um, yeah, we'll just extract everything. Because his output's specifically on the left side, his input's on the right side. Okay, okay. And this will be straight into our storage. Alright, and now we just need to put the flex point on top of this guy. Hook him to power. All of our power is connected. This guy's already got a thing. Extract. You know what it probably is actually. I bet you what we need to connect to here is what if I set this guy to extract? Oh man. Oh, you know what it is actually? The flex point doesn't actually have RF in it. It's not how they operate. Alright, questionnaire. Can I just like Can I extract out of that? No. Okay. Didn't figure. Worth the shot though. Let's just maybe make cyclic battery looks pretty easy. Hold 640,000. This will definitely auto connect to the flux point. Wait, it holds 6.4 million? That is really cheap. Okay. Extract. Everything's got power now. Can the auto hammers really not do the compressed? What if I give them a hammer? It says specifically you don't need to give it a hammer. Ah. I think the ones that already had stuff in them just need like an update. Send all these chunks in. Okay, it's 8 so far. All these operational yet? So they do not round robin, unfortunately. Oh, something else actually. We should get void upgrades for functional storage. Just 10. Convert them to some drawers. Made 4, but I think I only need 3. Because we definitely want a void upgrade on all of these, so that they don't stop the production of the further down ones, or the previous ones as well. Like if this guy is completely full of gravel, I don't want him to not like send things down or like get blocked up and then not send other things down. There can just be weird jam ups here because the double too, I think. So I don't want that to happen. I don't want any of these to stop. Everything can go infinitely. They are accumulating, so everything will be plenty ahead of it, at least in that regard. I'm pretty sure they're quick enough to accumulate on the sieves too whenever things kind of catch up. I'm confused. Why is it not working? I find this weird that I cannot seem to get it to do the chunks in any way, but I had no issues doing the glowstone and redstone. Can I even craft this back down? I can at least. Hmm. Ah, there we go. Okay, and then as these things update. Compress blaze powder down. Nope. Okay. So blaze powder. I guess block of gunpowder. Glowstone. Block of glowstone since that happened. Um, let's just do redstone, lapis, emeralds, diamonds, grains of infinite. Okay. Add tags for that. I wasn't sure if you can make a grain of infinity block. Okay. Or remove dust. Grab one of these. Grab a grain of infinity. Grab a normal gunpowder. We are currently acquiring things that we're going to have it take out and just send in the system. Because we don't want this to jam up with stuff. We'll allow nuggets so that we can take out ingots. Guys, dust. Oh no. Yeah, okay, we can make that pretty long. Nice. do this one to C ores should be very particular. Oh man, I was hoping that would work. So it's specifically IDs. I wasn't sure. Zinc, nickel, iron, copper, aluminum, silver, gold, charged Certus, normal Certus. I think bone block 2 maybe? Block, charged, normal. This is so funny to me that the filter just continuously pushes everything. My inventory has gotten smaller because of it. Yeah, no, it definitely compressed it slightly, which is pretty funny. Extract everything out of there. Finally put this guy on extract as well. You can see what we're missing. Okay, raw iron, raw gold. Prismarine will need to go out. Prismarine shards will need to go out. Lead ore need to go smelted. Osmium ore need to go smelted. I was pretty sure I got lapis, but lapis needs to go out. Gold nuggets. So gold ingots can go out. Okay. Gold ingots, lapis, prismarine crystals, and shards. Raw iron, raw gold, lead, osmium. Coal, flint. Actually, this can do a. Surely there's a flint block of some kind, right? Yes. Flint. And then in this, we will grab flint block. Why is it just making my inventory smaller? Interesting. Well, this is so far the only downside I've noticed is that their config menu does not deal with a significant amount of things super easily. Although, in hindsight, you could just as easily go like this. Bam, put another little pipe right here, connect it in, and then do your additional extracts right there since, you know, you have the whole face of the block to work with. It's fine. Amethyst, shard, Alright. I think we've resolved just about all the items that we can get from the normal sieves with what we have with diamond meshes. So, gravel diamond mesh. Um, we're missing pebble. I'm getting pebbles. What do I have it set to? It's allowed to do anything that's considered an ore chunk. Hold on, is a pebble considered an ore chunk? No, they're considered pebbles. Have I just gotten, well, I guess, I was gonna say lucky, but I guess unlucky. Alright, go back to the sieve real quick. Okay, so gravel in a diamond mesh. We've handled the raw iron. Yeah, we have all of these chunks handled, I'm pretty sure. Coal and flint turn into blocks and then go. Stone pebbles will just make cobblestone, so we'll have that extracted. Amethyst shards. Then our sand with a diamond mesh. Prismarine, charged and normal Certus quartz, gold ore chunks, raw gold, lapis, inferium essence. We got all that. And then dust, diamond, dimensional shard, the other dimensional shard. Got both of those. Crimson Infinity blaze powder. Yep. Iron nuggets, compressed ingots go. Certus quartz, sky stone, redstone, glowstone, gunpowder, bone meal, gold nuggets also compress. Yes. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we have everything handled now except for cobblestone. For whenever, this gets one more pebble. It should compress those down into a cobblestone and then immediately take it. Nice. And this guy does all of his auto smelting, so everything that this gets will just immediately convert into ores. Cool. Now my question is if I can enchant these with fortune. Oh, yes. Okay, the mesh itself says this. Now, I wonder if the well, it says that it'll use the enchants on hammers, so surely it'd use the enchants on meshes. Also, everything is finally backlogged. Like, there's 4,000 dust in there, 700 sand, 700 gravel. Of course, the dust ends up significantly ahead. Yeah, this is kind of a funny little setup, but I like it. Works great. Sends everything into the interface, goes in the system, and we have millions of items worth of storage. Because I believe the 64Ks are, yeah, they're 266,000 items each. So that's 2.6 million items in total just on their own. So that we shouldn't have any kind of major issues with this. I do not think. Okay, I guess there's enchanting things. I did see this enchanting infuser where you can like choose enchantments automatically for your stuff. Like you get to just pick and choose them, I think. There's an advanced one that says you can choose, modify, and remove them, but it takes netherite and unobtainium gears. So I think it's slightly out of my pay grade. Ooh, actually, I guess that's the thing. Is, yeah, once I get better meshes, okay. Once I get better meshes, I can use those instead as well, which will just increase the drop stuff even more. I think it mostly just increases rates for a lot of these things. Like sand will start giving us all the modium, technically, although at a very faint rate. Okay. Then if we get up to all the modium, gravel stops giving pebbles and flint. Sand gives substantially more all-the-modium chances at 0.025%. And dust just gets rate differences. Then vibranium mesh, you start getting really high outputs, like 50% chance for diamonds. Sand now 0.1% of the time gives you all the modium. And dust just gives you higher rates. 85% of it turns into a redstone. Things like that. So yeah, getting the upgraded meshes would be very nice. That would require us to get a bit more stuff though together. I guess actually we can get that. Let's get this hammer back real quick. And sieve. So you hammer nether down or netherrack down and crush netherrack. Okay, never mind. Not what you needed. I was trying to get the one for ancient debris. I forgot. Like this one actually gives us nether quartz too, which is also needed. So that's probably still worth setting up. Because it's just going to be a little bit of stuff. We could just do witch water and lava right next to each other and do like a block breaker of some kind. Block breaker. Just type in breaker. I guess let's make block breaker real quick. Grab our thing of witch water. Grab a bucket of lava. Um, Sorption hoppers, vacuum chest. Accumulator. What's something else? Magnets, that's demagnetization coils. Just curious if those magnets that you like stuck to a block or a thing. Accumulator. How quickly? Is there a filter for thermal? Yes. Okay. And a filter. Okay, filters. Uh, Allow list. Uh, Netherrack. So if I grab netherrack, and you take a while. Maybe because it's player dropped. Maybe it would work better with a block breaker result or something. I guess I'm trying. Double check this guy. Make sure he's chilling. Ooh. Okay. So I don't think the flint works properly. we'll just have it take out flint too. Because I can't do a tag. Well, actually, I really can. There is technically a tag on the flint. Either book of lore material. Sure. Yeah, we will actually. I don't really care that much. I can't imagine there's that many things tagged with either book of lore. But what's Crush Netherrack give us? We do it in a diamond mesh. Oh yeah, we get the eums that we need. Yeah, okay. That is very interesting. So if I middle mouse button to pick block something that I have in my system, it brings up the crafting menu for it instead to bring up a stack. Huh. Very interesting. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to pick block this mechanical sieve that I already have, but it's still pretty neat. I want it to be like not too far away. It's the accumulator. Go here. He's got his filter in him. Actually, the accumulator can go further away. Sieve can go here. Hammer can go right next to sieve. Mostly so that power will be a little easier. Power. Pipe, actually. Energy pipes, they're called. Grab these two. Grab another diamond mesh. This guy can get the stuff directly from the accumulator. I thought this might happen. Did this at least get the... Ooh, okay. Alright, he was indeed quick enough. Actually, it might be better. Let's grab a second one, because these might shift their positions. I know that it was pretty consistent whenever I was, like, manually breaking them on its generation time and whatever, but... Sure, my extra void upgrade. There you go. Give him power. This guy will go. Let's also. There you go. We'll leave their audio on. I'll just turn it down so I can hear it big. Okay, some of it's still. Is it the furnace fire crackle? I don't think so. Sometimes it's just particularly loud. It's entity burn. That's what it is. Because sometimes the netherrack gets caught and dies to the lava. That's fine. But yeah, this guy will be extracting here to the mechanical hammer. The sieve will then get the crushed netherrack, sieve it all down. That'll all go into this chest, of which I'm going to sort in a second to feed in the furnace. This guy has a void upgrade, so once he fills that up on netherrack, he will just stop, and this will just go permanently. Perfect. Okay. So now that we've got a little bit more of a selection going on in here, let's empty out our inventory a little bit. Okay, so grab all of the ores. This needs to go out, this needs to go out, this needs to go out. This one also can go straight out. This other ore, this other ore. That's actually already one we have. Okay, perfect. So boron, uranium, magnesium, my second uranium, platinum, iridium, thorium, lithium, cobalt. Uh, okay, so I can't see anything in there, so what we're gonna do, pipe, connect it. This pipe, we also said to extract. It might have just extracted some chunks into my system. Hold on. It did. It just started yoinking everything. Put all those back. But it'll do all the nylium spores and such as well. Oh, and whenever it was on receive, it got a silver ingot. I'll just throw that in manually. Nice. Okay. That is automated netherrack crushing. This one with the most minimal results. It actually looks like the 2x makes it just barely keep up with the mechanical sieve speed. It's like, it's obviously slightly off, but by at most a few ticks. Which is nice. That's perfect. Needs no hammers or adjustments. Cool. This guy's up to 9,000 dust, 2,800 sand and gravel. Sweet. These guys are working well. Let's check out our ingot supply. Okay. About 100 or so ingots of quite a few of the things now. Some of the other things that are more rare are obviously quite low in supply. But that's not bad for, I don't know, however long I've been messing with this. Surely it hasn't been that long, right? It's been working well. Watching this to make sure we didn't like miss anything. I don't think so. Pretty sure everything I've seen here I've already managed. Yeah, we already did the pink ore. Definitely already did uranium and stuff, so I think we're good. I think this is fully sorted out. Curvy pipes are great. Maybe I'll do something for the video as a little recap here to just show what I've done with this section? I think it will. Okay, so a little recap is we've got our automated lava going in. This is linked up to our ME system, so this is usable immediately. We have cobblestone also linked into the ME system and extra just in case we need it. We did the same setup for water, and we also have an automatic setup for obsidian. We don't need this one to have any kind of void upgrade on it because it does only take it out as an item, and it just simply won't do that if it can't. So pretty simple. We've got two cobble gens feeding into a matter condenser to automate matter balls, which we're mostly going to need for the assembly matrix, but there are some other things later on as well. We have our stone seed replanted. We have our nether seed also replanted. Just chilling. Everyone's in elite hopper botanies. We've got a couple of oak saplings here too, just to acquire some oak logs, since we need quite a few of them whenever we're making the solar panels. And we set up our little sieving setup with all of our nice curvy pipes. Cobblegen into a compacting drawer just to immediately take out the compressed cobblestone, turn it into gravel, send it to 3 sieves, also send the gravel over into, get compressed into sand, send it to 3 sieves, dust, send it to 3 sieves, send everything on over into the chest, have this auto compact everything. Anything that's smeltable gets pulled into the furnace, anything that's not gets sent straight on over. Everything ends up in the interface here, which will just immediately deposit it back into the ME system. And we set up this little guy to make the netherrack generator with witch water. And he just produces netherrack. Void upgrade on this guy so he doesn't overflow. He'll just sieve it out. Pretty much the only other thing to do to this setup for now is we could potentially put efficiency on them, but at least fortune would be the best thing for the sieves. And other than that, it's pretty nice. Oh, we also have this storage bust into the storage controller, so it can read from all of the drawers without actually taking the items out. And it's set to extract only, so that things don't get put in the drawers randomly from the system. We don't have to worry about any kind of like priority methods or anything similar. Yeah, that's our first room's progress. There we go. It feels a little weird to do that live, but I think it worked out well enough. Not too bad, not too bad indeed. That's some offline automation in progress right there, guaranteed. We'll set this guy to priority 1, because I just want him to be a higher prio. Actually, we'll set him to priority 100. He's the first guy. And then we'll set this guy to 99. Just so that fills up all these first. Let's make 2 more 16Ks real quick. Let's have a full initial drive of 16s. This won't matter in the grand scheme of things whenever we change this out later, but for now it matters a little bit to me. I could get 64s, but our storage supplies are a little low. Glass, of course, like 100 more. There we go. Put the extra 16s in here. But yeah, this should be plenty of storage for a solid amount of that generation time. I guess what we can do actually, try to see if we can make that one enchantment thing. This one, this enchanting infuser. This looks pretty simple. Need some books, some paper. We already made some paper with the oak chips at one point. So we make an enchanting table. And then let's make the enchanting infuser. We have a diamond mesh in here. Wow. So it just needs enchanting power. Its current turn is only 20 is its complaint. Okay. Well. Let's just throw this right here for real quick. Let's look up Eterna. You obviously get some from bookshelves and things, as per normal. Anything else I have access to, like, moderately quickly? What was it? Current Eternate, 0 out of 20. So a minimum of 20 Eterna, so that would require Hell Shelves. Normal bookshelves only get me there. Sea Shelves as well, either one. What's Hell Shelf take again? Bookshelf, Nether Brick, Regen Potions. Hmm. What's the Sea Shelf take? Oh, water bottles and pufferfish. How many of these would I need? Oh, I guess you can use normal bookshelves first. What's up, Ronaldo? How you doing? How you doing? So we could potentially just make a few sea shelves only. Cause what we get this up to, yeah, we can get it to 15 with 15 normal bookshelves, and then we could get the additional 7.5 from sea shelves. Should be exactly 5 of these guys. So 5 of these, so that would mean that we need some pufferfish. So bamboo and any normal fish would work. That'd probably be the easy way for the pufferfish. Um, how many prismarine shards do we have? Ooh, we actually already have 145. That's 16 blocks. We need what, 6 per? That's what it was? Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe they'll think twice about their little ban. That's simply what it means to be an American. Hey, fair enough. Um, okay. So get our rotten flesh, get our atomic reconstructor. Grab a button. Oh, nice. He actually kept his pole status. I guess I should have figured after it wasn't just shooting constantly. We'll put him over here in the power section just because he needs it, and it's kind of a manual thing anyways right now. That's 54 leather that we have. Let us press A on the C shelf and normal bookshelves. Have any fish? Need for fish essence. Oh, the soul jar is a fish. So we can make a fishing rod real quick. Go and do a little bit of fishing because we only need 5. Got the same. Actually, can we enchant our fishing rod? No. What's the upgraded seashells do? Infused. Oh, and then as soon as you infuse it, you can just turn them into crystalline, which gets you up to 30. We can do Heart Forged. Is 30 max? I don't actually remember. Max Eterna. Okay, it says by default it's 50. Okay, I see. So like Draconic end shelves. I see. Well, up to 30 probably gets us like what we want, which would just be some fortune for our meshes. Surely have some bamboo in here. Oh, I probably have bamboo in here. I do. I'll plant it after I catch another fish. I should only need to catch 5 of these. Well, that was efficient. I was curious if I could fly up to it and then shift at the very top. That's funny. Okay, well, the bamboo was easily solved. Fish for a couple more. This will give us the 5 fish we need, and then hopefully we will have acquired enough prismarine shards to make the extra prismarine we need. We'll craft up the books, which I think we have enough leather for to make all the bookshelves needed. Although I guess we need what, 20 bookshelves? So 60 books. We actually don't have 60 leather, so we're gonna need to go and get some. Or just acquire some rotten flesh. Still need to acquire that chicken. There is a chicken gateway if you just get an egg. It's pretty funny. That should be all 5 fish we need. If I put these in here. There we go, 5 puffer fish. Perfect. Oh, I guess there's that method actually, slime balls and patterns to make the book instead of leather too. Although, I don't know if that's much more useful at this point now. Like, we only have 13 slime balls. I'm not sure. Let's first actually craft more of this paper. Let's handcraft a bit of planks. Could have just told the system to make like 1,000 or whatever, but I can do it myself pretty quick too. No biggie. That's 8 shelves. We're out of paper. I could have just grabbed some of the logs out of the system, but this ain't too bad either. Let's break all these immediately with my hammer, and that should give us absolutely plenty for what we need. Cool. Yeah, that gave us a lot. Shift click out a decent amount of paper. And bookshelves. I should just shift click this. So we're at 18 bookshelves. So not quite as much as we need. So we do need a little bit more leather. We'll let our system acquire prismarine. And we'll head into the hunting dimension real quick. Bunch of creepers and stuff. That's funny. Actually, I'll take those feathers too. No buried treasure. It's a buried treasure map without buried treasure on it. Nice. That's wild. That's a mob of all time. A giant multi-shot skeleton that leaps. Kill him. Seven. It's already enough. I'd like to get a little bit more if I can. Come on, boys. Just explode. There we go. 'Alright, that was 7 more run flesh. Kill this guy too. Alright, what even are you? Okay, it's called a mutant skeleton. Mutant skeleton's limbs and his shoulder pad and stuff are just on the floor. Can I? Oh, okay, you can shift right click them. Can I use them for anything? Yes, armor. Interesting. Well, I got what I came for. Good enough for me. Perfect. Drop all that extra stuff in the system. Okay, 20 bookshelves. Nice. Now we can get the seashells if we just make some bottles. Water. I was actually curious if you could do that or not. I suppose not. I click it out of here. Okay, it surprised me significantly whenever they were like pinkish purple. That should be good. That's 6 more. I think that's actually as much as we needed. moderately larger amount. Oh, Seeping Sand gives it to you. Like, duh. Undoubtedly, we have a ton in here. I was like, man, I really feel like if it's something I can sieve, I should have had a lot more of it. Yes, yes I do. There we go. This should be 20 of the guys. Now, if I get that mesh back, up to Fortune 8. 23 Eterna is the barrier for Fortune 2. And also only 4 levels. That's not bad. I can give it efficiency 9. I don't know how much that matters, but I could do it. What's like a pickaxe got? Grow crops. Big XP boost. There's 2 XP boost. Aha! Wow, that's probably a significant improvement if you do the level 7 and level 8 experience boosts. Auto smelt. Fortune 8, of course. I bet you one of these down here at 30 is mending for your tools. What are the you know, other enchants looking like? Gloom? Yeah, this is nice. I think this is way better than normal enchanting. And the better one says that it lets you modify them, so I assume like it said add or remove. So you can just take enchants off of your gear and repair your gear with levels. Needs unobtainium, so that's like, it's obviously a bit more in the progression scheme of things, but it's not bad. Okay, my question. No. I was like, I'm curious if we can use these to upgrade a shelf. Yeah, so these guys are at 22.5. Infused seashells. Unfortunately, also need at 22.5, and they also need the other criterias. So like 15% Quanta and 10% Arcana. Although I think Quanta's pretty easy. I think it's just skulls. Yeah, you could just add 3 of any skull down. Okay. Except for the fact that I don't have any of them, but if I did, that's what I could do. Very interesting. Well, turn off my magnet for a second. Okay, well, if we can just give all of the... Like, we might as well give them all Fortune 1. If I can, there's literally no reason not to. Okay, we will need to grindstone the enchant off later. Noted. I could put efficiency in them, or like on them. God, it would take 22. Alright. It took my 22 levels and only gave it efficiency 1. Maybe because they're capped or something. No, okay. Alright. It just gets efficiency 1. Well, that was a waste of my XP. Alright. That should be all of my active in use. I should have had one extra message there. Okay, the efficiency, even the efficiency 1, definitely worked. Let me get... Fortune, efficiency, and fortune. Okay, do it like that. I wonder if the higher tiers of enchant points 2 out of 2. Oh, wait. I see. Maybe that's why? Like, maybe I could put, I can only do up to, yeah, it does say enchant points, 1 out of 2. Some of the other things have them, some of them don't. My Emerald Sword has 20 enchant points. So I assume that means it can only have 20 total levels of stuff. So in this case, these could probably only have 2 total levels of stuff. So maybe I could get Fortune 2 on them instead of Fortune 1. Or I could put Efficiency 2 instead of with no Fortune. Under the better meshes get more enchant points or not. Very interesting. Well, I should have put Efficiency 1 on all of them, I suppose, then. Maybe I'll probably not come back around and do that, but maybe I will. Go and grindstone all of the just Fortune ones off. That's neat. That's just a fun little thing to mess with there. We'll leave him here for now. We'll probably eventually upgrade this all the way. It's just kind of a menace. You gotta do like all of your apotheosis stuff to get that done. You gotta do each previous tier and then make effectively 2 sets of bookshelves to get it all the way up. Something we haven't done in a while after we've been playing for a bit is let's claim all of our quest rewards. Not much. Just some fluid stuff. Fair enough. Well, with that, we got our IMI controller up. We've got the base outline, set up for everything else that we're going to rock on with. We've got some little basic auto crafting things here to make our lives much easier. We've got the stuff over here, nice and passive to sieve everything for netherrack, gravel, sand, and dust. We've got automatic lava, automatic water, automatic obsidian. The matter balls getting stacked up. We've got wood done pretty nicely. We have the extra stuff for getting blackstone, which we'll just manually sieve no doubt later for ancient debris. So that's all pretty good. We set up our basic little wireless system here, storage bus on in. We did a little bit of enchanting just to mess around with it for the meshes. Potentially we'll use that for armor and stuff. I think this is a pretty good stopping point for both the stream, and this will also be a nice stopping point for episode 1. I think we'll get more progress next time, and thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoy. I'll leave you on this rainy note. Peace, everyone.